All right, you are now live on YouTube. This
Thanks.
is the Parks for today. This is the Parks one because of the conflict of meetings.
Sounds good. Thanks for your help, Pat. Cole, did you see my note? Looks like Shauna will get those emails added.
Do you know if they should expect a new link in their emails or whether they should be trying to join via the one they already have?
Should be the one they already have, I believe. I forwarded that one on.
When she goes, if she's sending them like when she goes to add a panelist and she does resend, it should just resend the same information again. Sometimes that link, that new email works.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I know Carl Zabraki was having problems trying to get through too, and he's a PLPW member, so I don't know what the deal was there.
I see Dale got in, so there's one panelist that it worked for. Sean got in using that link.
Okay.
If there, maybe let me ask this question. If there's somebody who's just having technical difficulties, is there someone that they can contact to guide them through sorting out their technical difficulties?
I believe Pat can probably help.
I can try to help. I cannot touch a computer. I cannot dial into the computer.
Mm-hmm. Can they Druska Kinky is saying that she gets a redirect. The previous page is sending you to somewhere else, but the new window never opens. So it's questions like that. I'm wondering if you can guide her if she calls you.
Have Jason send me her telephone number in Teams. I'd rather not have my number publicly over YouTube. Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. Cole, will you send me her phone number?
I will.
There's a few more folks joining in now too that we can add here. Is there a phone number that ends in 851 out there? You're muted right now. Who's K. Paul? Is that Paul Sealer? No, he's already here.
I think that's Kylie Paul, Jason.
Yeah.
Jessica. Okay.
Where's Druska now? So Druska, you're on mute, but it looks like that
Yep.
opened for you. Okay.
I've got it. Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica. Scott Laird. Kylie. Phone number ending in 851. You're currently muted. I don't know who you are. Like it's muted on your phone, perhaps. 851. Last three numbers of 851. Cole, have you heard from anyone else that's having any other issues that we need to fix before we get started?
And Jason, it sounds, it's possible that a few of the panelists will have to join a little bit later, prior to their panel, obviously, but a little bit later in the meeting.
Okay.
So far, I haven't heard from anybody that's having other additional technical difficulties.
Okay. Again, 851, last three digits of 851. Might be muted on your end. Know who that is? All right. Well, we're here a few minutes after our start time, but that's pretty good for having 23 people on one phone call. Welcome, everybody. I go ahead and I think it's like we're recording. We're out live on YouTube, so this will be out on the website for future people to watch, as well as going back and watch. Thank you all for your time this morning. It's been quite an effort to get to this meeting. I thank all the migration members for your efforts and time and trying to put this together. Thank you for the PLPW members. We'll go through one by one with those individuals that are on the call, just so that folks can identify yourselves and also, recognize who you are and what your interest role is with the committee. And lastly, I wanted to send out a special thank you and particular thank you for Montana landowners. This whole meeting wouldn't be possible without Montana landowners and their interest in discussion. And so big shout out to those private landowners in Montana who are having to work with this issue or looking forward to this issue as it affects them. I know some of you know I do come from a little bit of a ranching family here in Montana, and we do have to bangs vaccinate our cows. We do have some issues with elk mostly, but it's a big burden oftentimes for landowners. And so big shout out to them and thank you for what they do to provide for the stewardship of Montana's wildlife resources. PLPW, this obviously comes to you all through the July meeting. At that meeting, we kind of discussed what this would look like, the effort to hold a landowner panel to discuss things related to wildlife movement and migration in Montana. And so because of that and your willingness to explore this issue, we set this up for today's agenda to be a little bit of an overview on some presentations of other topics going on, and then we'll roll right into a landowner panel. I know it's really hard to try and get some landowner interest, and then we'll also discuss those topics as well. So as it relates to the role of PLPW, statute clearly shows that PLPW role is to basically bring these two entities together, landowners and wildlife interested parties, to discuss issues. And this is just one of those issues. And so that's kind of where we're at today. I'm gonna, like I said, turn it over to PLPW members first to just let folks know who you are and what you represent in this committee. So I'll start with Ed Bukowski.
I'm a landowner sportsman in the Rosebud area on the Yellowstone River. Just love being involved with the wildlife issues. Thanks.
Thanks, Ed. Dale Tribby.
Dale Tribby. I'm from Miles City, Montana. I'm a sports person here, very interested in hunting and fishing access, but I'm also very interested in wildlife management as well.
Thanks, Dale. Cindy Cohen.
Hi, I'm Cindy Cohan. I'm in the Butte area, and I'm a sportsman and a hiker, and I'm interested in the wildlife management. and fishing. And glad to be on this committee.
Thanks, Cindy. Representative Logie.
Representative Logie, Denley Logie from St. Regis. I'm a landowner, sportsman, block management cooperator. Last night I had 8 elk bedded down in my yard. Although there were a few shot out of the field too this year. But I've worked on the issue of migrations over 20 years with our planning board. We set up some wildlife corridors in Mineral County. So when subdivisions came in, it was a little more appropriate for Fish, Wildlife and Park to comment on winter range, summer range, and the migration routes. And I think we got an early jump on it in Mineral County. I know it's just kind of picking up speed now, but we've been working on it for a while.
Thanks, Denley. Mr. Cornwell, you just popped on the screen. You're up next.
Well, thanks. I had to get somebody to help me do this. I'm not a computer technologist. There was a nice lady here at the Fish and Game office. Our family's been ranching, so that's kind of where I'm at. We have mule deer, sharptail, antelope, that kind of stuff. There's tough hunting up here this fall. We got a lot of snow early and everything worked good. There's going to be lots of pretty good mule deer bucks next year. There was got lots of deer. They went through. They got a lot of them made it through it. So everything went good.
Thanks, Lee. Commissioner Stuker.
I'm Rich Stuker. I'm a rancher up in north central Montana, Chinook. I also have block management with my ranch, and I'm the District 3 Fish and Wildlife Commissioner, and that's what I'm representing on the PLPW.
Ed Beal.
Morning, everybody. I'm Ed Beal. I'm in Helena. I own a outdoor sporting goods store here in Helena. I guess the main thing for me when Cole contacted me about this was clearly the relationships between landowners and sportsmen and building on that. And I see that as this particular issue with migrations as a really good opportunity to do that because of the heritage of ranching and the critical aspect of habitat and connectivity. And I'm looking forward to the discussion. I'm not sure. I mean, Denley, I had the best little whitetail buck show up yesterday at lunch at my property. I'm a landowner of 8 acres. And I thought, how do they know so well that it's Monday the day after? But it was okay because I already harvested one. But and I don't know, is this better? Is that blinded you guys? Anyways, glad to be part and working with you guys.
Thanks, Ed. Dan Fear, you're still muted on your phone. I don't know if you can unmute or not. If you can, we'd love to hear from you. Nothing? Okay. So Dan is a previous doctor from Helena. He still stays here in Helena. Obviously a very interested sportsman. So that's kind of a little bit on Dan. He calls into these meetings usually. And I'm not sure why I can't get him unmuted today, but we'll work on that as the meeting goes on. That's all I have for PLPW members who are currently on the call today. Senator Ankney is also a part of the council. And then Carl Zabraki, he's texting me right now as we're talking, trying to get into the meeting as well. So I'll work on that here in a bit. What I'm going to do now is turn it over to Sean Johnson. Sean is the Managing Director for University of Montana Natural Resources and Environmental Policy Center. So Sean, it's all yours.
All right, thanks, Jason, and good morning, everyone. It's good to be with you, and hello to everyone who's watching us on YouTube this morning as well. As Jason said, my name's Sean Johnson. I'm with the Center for Natural Resources and Environmental Policy at the University of Montana, and I'm simply here today to help facilitate this conversation. There's a lot of moving parts, and I think Jason's got his hands full with technology and keeping all the different pieces moving. So glad to be with you here this morning. Our focus really is on wildlife migration, wildlife movement, and how do we think about all the different pieces of that puzzle, with a focus especially on the landowner component of that conversation. And how do we think about those different pieces as we think about building the relationships and knowledge that's necessary for the state to develop plans and strategies that help wildlife and help people. So we'll be exploring some of those conversations today, and really looking forward to just engaging with all of you in different aspects of the conversation. We'll start by hearing from folks at FWP on what's happening with the migration strategy and wildlife movement and how they're thinking about and understanding that. We'll also hear from some people who are part of the steering committee that was formed following the Wildlife and Transportation Summit that was held a couple of years ago, and really thinking about the intersections of wildlife movement and transportation. We'll hear from Cole Mannix on the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council and the work that they've done and how that's a piece of the migration puzzle. And then we'll move into this landowner panel, which is really going to be the bulk of the morning, where we're really thinking about how do we better understand really what's happening out on the landscape and what it looks like from the perspective of landowners. One of the things that I often reflect on when we think about some of these complex issues where we're thinking about wildlife and land ownership and planning and management and everything that's related to that is how do we advance our thinking and improve our actions collectively? How do we actually think about all these different pieces and move them forward? And I think we often think there's probably some simple answer to that. And more often than not, it's simply coming together like this. It's finding the space to bring the conversation forward, to hear from one another, to really understand different perspectives, and then to really think about what are some of the ways we can move the conversation forward? How can we do better than we've done in the past? And usually it's just a simple formula of bringing together the right people with the right information and moving forward together. So just in terms of the agenda, we're going to move fairly quickly through these presentations at the beginning, and then we'll take a short break and come back for the panel discussion. As we do that, there are just a couple of guiding questions to keep in mind. And that's really thinking about what's working, what's maybe not working, and what can we do to better support these different pieces of the puzzle. So how can we support the agency? How can we support the coalition of transportation and wildlife interests? How can we support people who care about bears and other critters in addition to ungulates? And then how do we really think about the landowner piece of this? And what is it that we can do to help support landowners that are really providing the crucial habitat that supports movement across the landscape? To kick things off, we're going to hear a presentation from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And Justin, I think you've been tapped to do that. Is that right?
Yep, Sean, that's me.
All right, Justin, if you'd like to just go ahead and introduce yourself first and then jump in, that'd be great.
Okay, I'm Justin Goody. I am Wildlife Research and Technical Services Bureau Chief. So I'm involved in part of the work that we do related to wildlife movement and migration. What I'm going to do here is give an overview. Let me share my screen. Make sure everybody can see it. Are you guys seeing a presentation?
It looks good, Justin. Yeah, there you go.
Looks good.
Okay, so I'm going to give an overview of our wildlife movement and migration strategy. And a lot of people help put this together here at the department and outside of the department.
Got something else going on here, huh? Okay, I think we're meeting over in there, so. Okay, just thought, well, I'll come in here and see if you're, what was going on here, so. Okay.
Okay, so let me, I'm going to go through a little bit of background first so you can understand where this came from. So the first bit of background is just about wildlife. Wildlife need to move. Functional habitat, what we're calling functional habitat, allows them to move. And when I say they need to move, we're talking about several different kinds of movements that they they need to be able to undertake in order to find food, habitat, shelter, water. Within seasonal ranges, so on the summer range, they need to move. On the winter range, they need to move. A lot of our wildlife are migratory. And in this, what we're talking about there is they've got distinct summer, winter ranges, and they need to be able to migrate between those ranges. Dispersal is another kind of movement, which involves usually young animals leaving their natal ranges where they were born to find their own ranges and their own habitats. And then over time, as that happens, we start to see gene flow. As young animals are able to disperse and breed with others of their kind, we start to see the genetics mix among populations. And then as that happens over time, and conditions change over time, we will see range shifts, which is a concept related to movement, which if animals can disperse and genes are flowing, over time, we will see range shifts in all of the wildlife, and that's happened here. So these are the kinds of movements that wildlife need to undertake in order to their populations to stay viable. And a couple points I want to make about this is that in Montana, in present day, all of these kinds of movements happen across both private and public lands. We don't have any populations that exist only on private land or only on public land. So this is happening where people live and work and recreate. So this is all happening on our Montana landscape as it is. And so because of that, when wildlife are moving like this in any of these kinds of movements, problems and conflicts can be created, and all kinds of issues that people have to deal with because we live with them. So that could be, game damage related issues, fencing related issues, disease transmission, various things, various considerations that come into play because of this. So several of you mentioned in your introductions that this topic is not new to you, and this topic is not new to us either. I mean, we've been doing research since the advent of GPS collars, and when they became cheap enough to start deploying, we were right there deploying them. So about 15 or so years we've been at this. We've collared lots of pronghorn, mule deer, and elk around the state, and we've got plans for more in the future. Not only big game, we've done this for moose, sheep, and goats, special big game. We have done this for most of the carnivores in the state. So Montana, you're all aware of this, I'm sure, but Montana is the only state outside of Alaska that's got all the native carnivores still with viable populations that they still live here. We've done work on most of them. So what you see here is estimated dispersal routes between the Northern Continental Divide and Yellowstone ecosystem for grizzly bears. Based on GPS collar data that we've collected over the years. And this has been essential. Connectivity between these ecosystems is a central issue for delisting both of these populations, as well as for landowners and the communities that live in these areas between the two recovery ecosystems. And then not only carnivores, but partners, FWP sometimes, but a lot of times it's been partners that we work with, have been looking at large-scale movements of birds using GPS transmitters. So this is a map of golden eagles that were marked in the winter here in Montana, marked by Brian Bajosian and his research partners. This is showing their spring migration up to where they breed in the Yukon. So we're talking about winter ranges in Montana sort of being the anchor for continental scale migrations of eagles. And this has happened for many bird species. This kind of work has been done. So this kind of work, this kind of research is not new to us. And as even it was brought up during your introductions, Representative Logie brought it up, that working on habitat to make sure wildlife can move like they need to, that's not new to any of us either. So we've had FWP and landowners, partners have been working on this for years. And we're talking about conservation, like fee title, easements, that sort of thing. We're talking about managing forage, like weed treatments, for example, on seasonal and migration ranges, habitat for migratory birds in terms of land use planning, energy siting, wind development siting, that sort of thing, but also habitat conservation, talking about fence modifications, working on wildlife conflicts, like this picture here of an apiary being an electric fence put around an apiary. And then like Representative Logie mentioned, land use and transportation planning. We've been trying to get this information that we have about wildlife movements into the hands of communities that are doing that kind of planning for a long time. Recently in 2018, Secretary Zinke released a secretarial order from the Department of the Interior, Secretarial Order 3362, which directs the Department of the Interior to work with the 11 Western states on habitat work, conserving habitat for winter range and migration for big game. So in response to this, this required action on the state's parts. In response to this order, FWP provided these 5 focal areas labeled A through D, or sorry, A through E here. Originally we had 4 and we added a 5th, E in Northwest Montana in 2019. So this is our Montana Action Plan, outlines these areas as focal areas for us to work with the Department of Interior on big game winter range and migration. And it also, we've outlined some research needs as a part of those action plans. And the order, it has come from the Department of Interior, and along with it has come some funding opportunities. Like the Department of Interior has provided FWP with $600,000 to do research. And there's been, through the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation and the Fish and Wildlife Service Partners Program, there's been over $1 million spent in these focal areas on habitat projects identified and as a result of the secretarial order. So there've been weed treatments, a huge project working on weeds on the Rocky Mountain front, fence modification. There's been an easement in Northwest Montana. And this secretarial order, I bring it up because this really has brought a lot of attention to this issue and built a lot of momentum around migration. It's in the public eye now. And it really brought a lot of NGOs to the table too that want to be involved in this. So the attention has grown, as has the pressure for FWP to act. And as a result of all of this, there's kind of just a lot going on. And we're going to I'll spare you sort of trying to explain, you know, everything that's happening, but there's just a lot of attention. So in response to that attention, we developed our wildlife movement and migration strategy, which is a new thing on a topic that's, like many of you pointed out, is not a new topic. So the vision behind this, what we are envisioning is just a permeable network of habitat. So we're talking about across public and private lands where people live, work, and recreate. So where wildlife are, basically, allowing them to move like they need to, with an initial focus on ungulates, which are big game and special big game, carnivores, and birds. And we envision this being a collaborative venture. So between agencies, local communities, NGOs, and landowners. And so in order for that to work, we have to be forthright about the negative impacts that can come with wildlife movement and work on those as well, not just facilitating wildlife movement. And this is going to work best, like a lot of our other initiatives, if it's locally led. Rather than being dictated, sort of centralized, we envision it being community-based, as well as voluntary and incentive-based, rather than any sort of mandates. So that the strategy outlines several actions that we are going to take. So the first being that we're going to strengthen our own organizational structure to improve the coordination. So this one, the way I can explain it is that we've got a lot of people, and our organizational structure is divided. It basically divides up the work, and all of us involved, like me, I've got a piece of this with wildlife research. We just need to communicate better. And that is as opposed to creating a new program with new people. We're just going to take advantage of what we've already got. We also need to do a better job, develop a communications plan, engagement plan to make sure everybody else that wants to be involved can be involved and knows what we're doing, and everything is transparent. As a part of this, we will prioritize the research and mapping of ungulate, carnivore, and bird movements, and even pulling together what partners have done so that everybody can see and has access to the kinds of habitats that wildlife need. We also want to incorporate these movements, migration needs more explicitly into our habitat programs. So habitat programs are habitat conservation, as well as habitat management, like our the wildlife habitat improvement program that treats noxious weeds, that sort of thing. And then we want to work collaboratively to inform land use, recreation, energy, economic development, transportation planning. And that's as opposed to, we found more success when it's collaborative. So we enter these discussions and these processes early and provide information to the decision makers rather than making maps of habitats that need to be conserved, that sort of thing, on our own. We also need to explore some options to create dedicated funding. Some of the things that need to be done, like work on fencing, it costs money, it takes a lot of manpower, and we don't have a dedicated funding source for that sort of thing. And then, of course, this is not only going to happen with partners involved. This is not going to be successful if this is just an FWP program. And so this was just released. Our Director Williams just sent this out this fall. So we're kind of in the early stages. And as we start to move into thinking of this as how we do business and putting it into action, there's a couple of issues, one of which is private landowner interest and engagement. And that's what this meeting is about, and coming to the table to talk about how the department should do that and what we need to do to make that happen, with the understanding that private landowners, they are decision makers about what happens, you know, as much as FWP is. So it needs to be a partnership. If it doesn't work for private landowners because wildlife need to use private land, this isn't going to work. Another issue that we are all going to need to address is how to engage all of the NGOs that want to be involved. And like I said, there's a lot of interest here. And a lot of our traditional partners have a strong interest in this, like the Elk Foundation, the Mule Deer Foundation, et cetera. And we've got a long history of working with several of those groups at the local level to implement projects and at the statewide level. But there's a lot of new NGOs that have come to the table too. So that the real trick here is going to be providing everybody a niche, making sure that they can contribute how they want to contribute in working with FWP, but also in working with private landowners. They have a strong interest in contributing here, and finding a place for everybody is something that we're all going to have to be diligent about. And so that's the overview of the strategy that I have, Sean. And I don't know how you want to do this, but that's essentially where we are at FWP. If there's time for questions or we want to just move forward, I'll leave that up to you.
Thanks, Justin. Really appreciate the overview. It was a nice job setting the stage for the conversation today. I think it'd be helpful if we just take a few minutes for questions that people might have. I'm not too worried about staying exactly on schedule as long as we have lunch on time. So that's my goal. But are there any questions just now from the presentation Justin gave? You did a nice job presenting the vision. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Representative Logie, I've brought this up before in different conversations with folks. Have you reached out to the insurance companies or any representatives from them? Because I think they could be involved, especially in transportation planning, and if they could look and see maybe the damage that is done and the money they pay out, maybe if they help buy in on a little bit of that fencing in some of those high risk areas that have been pointed out, that might be a funding source. And I just wondered if you've tried reaching out at all to any of the companies.
I have not been involved in that. I will say that we're going to hear from the Wildlife Transportation Steering Committee a little bit, and I think they're going to address that issue like more specifically than I did, and how we're working on transportation planning. So they might bring up issues related to funding and transportation planning, that sort of thing. But just to directly answer your question, I have not been involved in reaching out to any of the insurance companies about helping with funding.
Great. Thanks for the question, Representative Logie. Looked like a couple other people had questions too. Do either of the Eds have a question? It looked like you guys took yourselves off mute.
Yeah, this is Ed Bukowski. I'm wondering if we're working directly with the highway departments. In Wyoming, they had woven wire fence, and it definitely affected antelope migrations. And I don't know if the highway departments are working with Fish and Game to, when they do the refencing, to work with them directly to get, the right stuff in. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, we're going to hear from the Wildlife Transportation Steering Committee, but just briefly, Ed, we do work very closely with MDT in their planning process for road construction and making sure we've got the right wildlife mitigation for the right situation, that sort of thing. And the woven wire fences or wildlife proof fencing along roads is an important issue. Making sure wildlife can get across the road, but also in some situations, keeping wildlife off the road is the right thing to do. So those, not always that we're trying to get rid of the woven wire fencing or wildlife proof fencing along the roads. In some situations, it's the right thing to do, just for human safety. So I think they'll speak more directly to it, Ed, in their presentation.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Justin. And that presentation's coming up next, so we'll be able to layer that on top of this one. Ed Beal, did you have a question as well?
Yeah, so I have a question and a comment. So the question is, Justin, where do you see this particular project in regards to the overall priorities for wildlife management in Montana? How does the department prioritize this at this point?
Well, that's a good question, Ed. There's a couple of ways to answer it, and I'll answer it both ways. I think it's a priority in the sense that we have taken the time to outline a strategy for everybody to see specifically how we're addressing this. But we want to make sure that people know we are focusing on it. And at the same time, the other way I'd answer the question is that we're already sort of built to make sure that this happens. So we don't see ourselves as needing a new program. Like, we've already got a Habitat Bureau, we've already got a Research Bureau. So we need to fold the work into our existing programs. So it's not like we're going to create a new program that's the #1 priority, but we are going to work on it.
Well, and that kind of leads to my comment. I think as I saw your presentation visually for the first time, I think it brings more clarity for me, and I'm fairly involved with different wildlife issues. But when you said Montana is the only state that still has these animals living here, I think that's a powerful statement when you begin to look at the communication piece to get buy-in, looking at all the visual connectivity there and putting that picture in the minds of the people that need to know, I think is a really powerful tool and therefore effect on creating that awareness to get the buy-in. And also to do all the things that you list as priorities, like how do we use the lands? How do we do habitat improvements? A lot of moving parts, obviously, that you're well aware of, but to get everybody that's involved with wanting the most effective wildlife management intertwined with the fact that we have large public lands and large private lands that have to connect. To me, it's this visual opportunity to create in the NGO's mind, the general recreation mind. I think, a lot of landowners are already aware of it because the issues they deal with. I realize some landowners may not be as much focused on it, but because of the impacts, I think they're quite aware of it in areas where it's very clear. I remember driving over to Bismarck, North Dakota in the winter. My daughter was going to school at Bismarck. I never saw the antelope migrations before, you know, and I'm driving along the interstate going to Bismarck, and these animals are literally following those fences looking for spots to get in and through. And it was an impressive observation to witness for the first time. I see the realities over here in western Montana with elk, and now with the issues we're looking at with grizzly bears. But I think you have a great opportunity, and I've always thought that the challenge for FWP and most of these issues and bringing people together is how do you communicate a picture that people can understand from their perspective and buy into, to want to deal with. How do we manage the forests? How do we manage the obstacles on the highways? How do we deal with the issues of, hey, we're going to have somebody buy, unfortunately or fortunately, depending how you look at it, buy this chunk of land and put homes here now that are a winter habitat or a winter migration. You know, and I know there's so many issues involved, but I think to get people to be really involved with how important this is for Montana for the future, I can already see that in what you've done. And you said you've had it there for a long time, but now it's kind of coming together. To me, it seems like a key priority for landowners and all recreationists and for this agency.
Great. Thank you, Ed. I think you really just summed it up nicely here. The whole purpose of why we're gathering is to think about how can PLPW really help the agency in meeting that mission of trying to bring all these people together to solve that challenge and to be able to meet people where they are, to address those challenges that are occurring on the landscape, especially from the landowner perspective. Dale, it looked like you had a question too, and then I think we will move on to the next presentation. Dale?
I do have a question. Thank you. Justin, I saw the map with your 5 priority areas, and I very much understand there's other areas that animals move that are important movement areas. But one thing that kind of struck me was the Madison Valley was not included as a priority area. And I'm not second guessing or critical of the department anyways, but I'm just wondering, what is the thought of the department? Is the Madison Valley not really a true migration corridor? I'm just wondering if you could, for my own benefit and the others on the call, if you could answer that.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Dale, because I should have been clearer about that. So those 5 areas are the areas we identified as priorities for the big game work under the Secretarial Order. Those are not the highest priority areas for wildlife movement in the state. And as all of you know, we've got wildlife everywhere. And the way we have approached it is we will work on wildlife movement needs anywhere. So it's not to say that the Madison Valley is not a priority for wildlife movement. And as a matter of fact, we've done a lot of GPS collaring, and we know there's a lot of large scale movements of all of these kinds of species. Like from curlews, we've marked there that go way south. Elk, we've marked pronghorn there, grizzly bears, of course. I mean, we know that it's an important area for wildlife movement, just like lots of other parts of Montana. But what it isn't at this point, by not being included in our 5 priority areas under the action plan for the Secretarial Order, the federal funding under that Secretarial Order is not available for work in Madison Valley. That's what that means. Now, we can work, there's other funding we could use to work on wildlife movement there. And in fact, we are working on wildlife movement there. There's a lot going on in the Madison Valley right now. I mean, landowners and NGOs, there's a lot of people working on that.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks for the question, Dale, and really appreciate the presentation, Justin. And thanks for sticking with us for the rest of the day too, as we continue the conversation. And for those that didn't have a chance to get your question out just now, we will be opening it up for questions throughout the morning. And so we'll just keep adding new information and looking forward to the discussion as we move through the different content areas. We do want to bring forward this conversation around transportation issues as they relate to wildlife movement. It's such a big piece of the puzzle. There's been a lot of conversation across the state and coordination across our agencies, especially with Montana Department of Transportation, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and a coalition of nonprofits called the Montanans for Safe Wildlife Passage. We're going to hear from those folks next, and they're going to share with us a little bit about what they're thinking about as it relates to this issue of wildlife movement and migration. I'd like to start with Tom Martin at the Montana Department of Transportation. Tom, if you'd like to introduce yourself and share your thoughts, that'd be great.
So, Sean, this is Ken McDonald.
Ken, were you going to start? Okay.
Yeah. So, good morning, everybody. I'm Ken McDonald. I'm with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And this next segment is a discussion about wildlife transportation, and specifically the transportation steering committee that's been developed to start addressing some of the transportation issues, including some that you guys asked about in the last session there. So what I was going to do is just introduce there's going to be three of us speaking. Myself representing Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and again, I'm the chief of the Wildlife Division. And then we've got Kylie Paul from a group called Montanans for Safe Wildlife Passage, and Tom Martin from Department of Transportation. So if Kylie and Tom are on, if you guys could come on and introduce yourself, that'd be great.
Sure. Hi, this is Kylie Paul. I am indeed one of the steering committee members on the steering committee. And I am representing the Montanans for Safe Wildlife Passage as a citizen advocate. I also work on natural resources and open lands and wildlife issues in Missoula County. But I work on MSWP and as on the steering committee as a citizen advocate. And I look forward to talking to you about that work.
Great. Thanks, Kylie. Tom?
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you and meet you all this morning. My name's Tom Martin. I'm the Environmental Services Bureau Chief at the Department of Transportation. I'm not one of the official steering committee members. I'm more of a proxy, but our steering committee members are actually Director Dooley and Planning Administrator Lynn Zanto. But I'm here as a proxy, and I often attend the steering committee meetings and support them. So I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Great. So the three of us are going to take different parts of this presentation, and so hopefully the technology will work, and I'm going to share my screen here. So let's see.
Looks good, Ken.
Awesome, thank you. So again,
sorry, Ken, you're actually on the presenter view though, once it started. So if you want to go up to that display settings and swap your view, then I'll. Do you see that, Ken, at the top? Display settings, the second one over there. I think.
Oh yeah. Swap presenter.
Yep, that one.
Hey. Great.
There you go. Now you're good.
Thank you. So again, we're going to be talking about the transportation portion of migration and movement. And particularly the purpose of this talk today is to talk about the work of Montana Wildlife and Transportation Steering Committee and some of the work that's been going on in the last couple of years. And as Justin pointed out, the objective of this wildlife migration and movement is having permeable landscapes or permeable network of habitats on the landscape. And permeability is one of the things affecting permeability is our transportation corridors, as you guys have already pointed out. And so this is one piece of the puzzle that our group is working on, is trying to address the permeability across highways and road systems. So with that, I want to thank you for inviting us to present, and also view this as an opportunity to hear private landowner interests about the broader topic of wildlife movement, and particularly as it relates to transportation. As everybody's aware, highways connect our communities across the state, and they typically traverse valleys and landscapes comprised of public and private land. So this is an issue that affects both types of land types. Planning for safe wildlife movement across those highways is related to challenges and opportunities in the wildlife movement and working lands challenges that we've been working on. And so one of the things that we wanted to do is try and address some of this transportation challenge. As people recognize, Montana's transportation system and our wildlife resources both provide economic, ecological, social, cultural, and recreational benefits to Montana. And so it's in our best interest to ensure that both are strong. The state transportation system and wildlife movements and habitat all intersect, leading to wildlife vehicle collisions and conflicts, risk to human safety, and habitat fragmentation. So to begin to better address the intersection of these two important resources, the wildlife and the transportation networks, a couple years ago, in coordination with the governor's office and the Fish, Wildlife and Parks and MDT, we convened a meeting of state wildlife and transportation experts, representatives from different non-government organizations, and some additional federal folks, and held a day-long transportation summit to really help the different entities understand each other's opportunities and challenges, and have a better feel for how that what we're all working on. So the inaugural Montana Wildlife and Transportation Summit occurred in 2018 and convened stakeholders with objectives to strengthen working relationships amongst all of us, to share information, and to develop strategies to address wildlife vehicle conflicts and wildlife movement across state highways. An outcome of that summit was the formation of a wildlife and transportation steering committee, with the purpose to turn recommendations from the summit into collaborative actions. This presentation provides an overview of that steering committee's work. Let's see. So again, one of the outcomes of that summit from 2018 was to develop a steering committee and basically continue the momentum that was formed in that one-day meeting. And so the steering committee was formed, includes Fish, Wildlife and Parks, Montana Department of Transportation, and then a coalition of groups known as the Montanans for Safe Wildlife Passage. And you can see there in that slide the purpose of the steering committee and the missions of the different groups. So I'm going to just talk about real quick about the who and the what and the why of the steering committee. So the who is the what is a committee of high-level representatives from each of these three groups. So as Tom pointed out, the director from Department of Transportation and their planning administrator are representing MDT. For Fish, Wildlife and Parks, we have a representative from our director's office, and then myself. And then for Montanans for Safe Wildlife Passage, they have two representatives. Kylie is one of those, and she can provide a little more information on them. But so it's a small level group, and then with some support staff from all three agencies doing a lot of the back groundwork. You can see the different missions, but they all intersect on this issue of permeability, and particularly through the road corridors. The why is over the years, there have been a variety of efforts related to wildlife and transportation. They're often pretty narrowly focused, sometimes competing interests, and are met with various degrees of success or failure. I can just speak from Fish, Life and Parks perspective. Most of the transportation issues and the transportation planning happens at the very local level, and a lot of it is based on relationships between, the FWP biologist and the local MDT engineer. So part of what we're trying to accomplish here is make it a more of a statewide agency priority. One of the main goals coming out of that summit was a set of foundation of common understanding around the challenges, complexities, and opportunities for wildlife accommodations associated with transportation corridors in Montana. This effort will help set a realistic expectations and facilitate a more coordinated approach to addressing wildlife and transportation issues in Montana. We're building from a common understanding and the steering committee is working to bring partners together, both through the committee and then the accomplishments of the committee to support local collaborations that strive towards common goals, to leverage limited resources and capacity, and to work towards achieving collective highest priorities across the state, so that we really are prioritizing where the highest priorities are and where the resources should go. The collaboration will provide guidance and support for local and community-driven efforts to ensure limited capacity and resources are spent in the most productive way, and to coordinate projects that will achieve the greatest good and have the best chance for long-term success. So pretty lofty goals. And again, that one of the things that seems obvious but hasn't really happened in the past is all of us working and talking together on how we can start to address those goals. So from here, I'm going to turn it over to Kylie Paul, who's going to talk about some of the things that the steering committee is working on.
All right. Thanks, Ken, for providing that background. So I'll describe what we are working on. We've developed a work plan with action items. And on this slide here, you'll see, let's head to the third column, the summit theme. So based out of that summit, there were a lot of recommendations that were pooled together into different themes. And so that's what those are about in that column. So the first column would be the work plan action items that have stemmed from that and that we've developed. So one of the first things that was done was provide input on an agency memorandum of understanding that was developed between Fish, Wildlife Parks and MDT, which also was an outcome of that summit. So the steering committee provided some input onto that MOU, and that's been a great step forward to formalize and institutionalize those communications and collaborations between Fish, Wildlife Parks and MDT. So another action that we're taking is based out of that summit theme: priorities, data collection, and information sharing. And that is to compile data and information that already exists between the different entities, different agencies, different research efforts, to pool all that data and information together. And so the steering committee appointed staff to a data and information work group. And that is an ongoing effort, and Tom's going to be talking to you about that shortly, about that work group. So another action that we're working on is to develop a communications plan based out of that summit theme, education and outreach. And that is kind of a multifold effort in terms of both communicating the work that the steering committee is doing, but also trying to sort out an approach that can work between the three entities when talking about the similar goals and efforts that are going on in terms of wildlife and transportation. And at this stage, we are working on identifying the current communication resources in each of the organizations or agencies as a first step to develop that unified communications plan. Then another effort that has not yet started, but is slated to start in 2021, is to create guidance for local and regional groups. So there's a lot of interest and efforts in different communities and between different regions. And we're hoping to establish some guidance to help with partners interested in addressing wildlife and transportation conflicts in their area. So we'll be working on setting that up. And then something that's in progress now that was mentioned in the previous presentation and with questions was identifying existing funding sources, funding gaps, and alternative funding sources. So this is currently underway. The Montanans for Safe Wildlife Passage, or MSWP, which is also a long acronym for a long group name. It has been working on developing a white paper that has summarized all the variety of options, not all of them, many of the variety of options that could help offer some funding sources that take some creative tools and ideas to help fund these sometimes quite expensive efforts. And to reference that question from Denley, insurance companies, it's been something that has been considered and attempted across the nation for many years and has not found much momentum. Hopefully that will change, but it has been attempted. So those are the efforts that we are currently working on here. So we've got a lot on our plate. And so now, Ken, if you could switch the slides. This provides a very basic framework of the way we do work. So we've got the steering committee, and those are the two reps from each entity. And we, in our quarterly meetings, interact, discuss, contemplate, and make decisions on work plan and action items. Meanwhile, the planning and implementation team, or the PIT crew, does a heck of a lot of work to help coordinate us and to help coordinate the work that leads into our steering committee meetings and also the output that comes out of those steering committee meetings. And they really work to help us. And they not only help coordinate the steering committee, but the PIT crew also helps coordinate the work groups that we've got. So at this point, we have a data and information work group. Again, Tom will speak to that. And those have representatives from each of the agencies working on those data pieces. We also want to establish a communications work group and a funding work group. And those folks then can really dive deep into those issues. So it's really the stepwise interactive approach that we've got here. And with the PIT crew team, again, there are there's representatives from Fish, Wildlife Parks, MDT, and MSWP all working together on that effort. So, Ken, if you could switch to the next slide. If you'd like to stay informed on all these efforts of the steering committee, there's a website that shares information about that on MDT's website. So they are hosting it. You can see there on the right, the website there. It's just write it down, please. I'm not going to say it out loud for you. Not only can you see information about the steering committee, but also you can get all the really interesting and in-depth information that came out of the summit. So you see there on the tab there, the summit information, also the committees, teams, working groups, that's the steering committee really, with then our guiding documents that show the charter and all the work plans and so on, and then information sharing that will be filling as time goes on with these efforts that we are undertaking. So that's what I've got. Tom?
Thanks, Kylie. And thanks, Ken. Appreciate the opportunity again. Thanks for advancing this slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Data and Information Working Group and who they are and what they're doing. As Kylie mentioned, the the Data and Information Working Group consists of representatives from each of our 3 respective organizations, and they have expertise in research and analysis, data production and management, and GIS. They are currently assembling data right now and supporting information to define and identify areas of greatest need based on wildlife vehicle conflict and important areas for wildlife movement and conservation. What you see on the screen here in the center part is somewhat of a simplified example, if you will, a simplified example of a real example of the information that the Data and Working Group are trying to put together for us. Their actual product will include other layers and be an interactive, or at least what we hope will be an interactive mapping tool. So what you see on the screen there is an area at Thompson Falls. It's actually Highway 200, and the blue areas would represent wildlife, key wildlife areas, wildlife movements, and some of those purple dots are representative of wildlife vehicle collisions. This is actually a real life example that we have put on the ground, working together. It's on Highway 200 in the area of Thompson Falls, and many of you probably know that bighorn sheep are often on Highway 200 in the Thompson Falls area. So MDT and FWP staff used wildlife collision data. That's data that we get from the Highway Patrol, as well as our own roadkill carcass data, other wildlife information like collar data from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, as well as their on-the-ground observations over many, many years, and use that along with the most current research recommendations to design a wildlife accommodation strategy in this area. And that strategy include wildlife fencing. In this case, it's wildlife exclusionary fencing to keep them off the highway. Associated escape jump outs, just in case they do get in the highway area through the exclusionary fencing, they can get out, as well as deterrent mats, on the ends of the bridges to keep them from doing an end run and getting on the bridge. And those deterrent mats actually work pretty good. We've got some video of ungulates trying to go across them and quickly getting repelled back. So as you see on the pictures on the left, that's an actual wildlife undercrossing for bighorn sheep. It was specifically for bighorn sheep. And of course, on the right, you see a larger bridge that they have no trouble getting underneath. Within a few weeks of constructing that smaller undercrossing on the left, we had photos of a bighorn ram using it. Subsequently, we've got lots of photos of rams, even small herds of bighorn sheep going underneath and not going across the highway. We've also got some pictures of elk using it, not as often as the sheep, and other ungulates as well. And to our knowledge, so far we haven't had any bighorn sheep collisions since the construction of this. So like I say, the goal is for our Data and Information Working Group is to try to compile all these different types of information, including landowner information. The landowners in this area, in particular the Dykstras, were pretty instrumental in helping us get this project on the ground. And it's also, they supported the project and actually provided some right-of-way to MDT to help construct this. And we also worked with the Forest Service. So that's just an example of how we are are trying to move forward as a steering committee to compile this type of information of the greatest needs across the state. Also look at, willing communities and partners that can work together on wildlife accommodations. Next slide, please. This is more of a generic type slide, although it is a real aerial photo of this for sure. And this is to point out, and I think Justin may have talked about it as well earlier, that the transportation is just one component of the landscape when it comes to wildlife movements. I think all of us know that it's an important part for sure. There are other systems or influences on the landscape that must be considered as part of a larger context that includes both adjacent private and public lands. You'll see in this photo is kind of a good example of that. We have subdivisions here, and knowing those subdivisions and even future subdivision development patterns are important. Other landscape features like rivers or streams that you can see on this photo also have to be considered. Obviously, the working lands, private lands, and the interests of private landowners greatly come into play. And there's also other, impediments, if you want to call them that, than highways, like railroads or fences. And I think it was Mr. Buckley that brought up the woven wire fence. Great topic to talk about. I know a little bit about that. Woven wire fence is definitely an impediment. And a number of years ago, we went to a different design for our right-of-way fencing. Our standard right-of-way fencing now that we propose to landowners is wildlife-friendly fencing. It helps, all of you know, helps get animals across the highway quicker and not get stuck in the highway corridor or, traveling along fences for miles. That doesn't mean that's always what gets put down on the ground. In the case of woven wire, we really try to shy away from that. But if the adjacent landowner has a sheep operation, we give a consideration to that because those right-of-way fences, once they are put down, are maintained by landowners. So we try to understand what's going on with the landowner, what they need, and still provide a fence that's going to work for them, but also provide permeability for wildlife, getting across the highways, if that's indeed the case. So I hope that helps answer your question, Mr. Buckley, and if not, by all means, ask a follow-up of me. So, we recognize as a steering committee that it's critical that private landowners and communities are engaged as partners in the planning for open space and habitat needed on each side of the wildlife accommodations. For instance, we don't want to put in spend a lot of taxpayer money on a very nice wildlife overcrossing or undercrossing to find out that a subdivision is planned there on either side, and they're going to basically fence things off. So we try to use our limited funds in smart ways, and the way we do that is just coordinating with others in the area to understand what's going on there now and in the future. So we do recognize the importance of private landowners and local communities when we develop wildlife accommodations, and the importance that can have in their communities. And it's going to be an ongoing topic. It's something that we all want to work together on and understand, so we use our funds wisely. And with that, I think I would just offer on behalf of all three of our organizations that we really appreciate the council hosting this discussion and about private landowner interests related to the broader topic about wildlife movements and highway wildlife accommodations. So that's my part of the presentation.
Great. Thanks so much, Ken, Kylie, and Tom. Really good overview of what the Transportation Steering Committee has been doing. To me, some really great activities on the ground, but also just the recognition of how much it takes to coordinate something like this, and that you've got the steering committee, you've got the pit crew, you've got the working groups who are focused on all those different pieces, whether it's the data information piece, the expertise of the different agencies and partners, the coordination, communications, the funding, the policy. So a lot to hold on to there, and appreciate the work that you're doing to track all of those different pieces and advance the conversation. Just looking at the time, we're a little bit behind schedule. So I'm going to just say, let's take 2 questions just now, if there are a couple of questions from the council, and then move on to our next presentation, recognizing that we've got more time later in the day for conversation and questions. So are there 1 or 2 quick questions just now? Anyone?
I'm sorry, did I
Cindy,
I may
yeah.
have missed this. Do we have established priority corridors already?
This is Ken. We do not. We haven't formally identified corridors in the sense like where Wyoming did, and partially because, as Justin pointed out, they're, depending on which critter and which season and things, they're all over. And really it's where where some priority needs. The other is the outcome from that data and information work group. Hopefully will help. It won't say this is your number 1 priority, but it'll provide information to help the agencies and the partners prioritize, where we would want to put our resources next.
Good question, Cindy. Representative Logie.
Ken, I'm not sure you're aware, but Mineral County did establish the corridors through the county on the highways with a working group, a local working group of ranchers, the biologist. We had the highway data, roadkill data, and that's probably 15 years ago. It's not the most modern, but it was the basic movement corridors through the county in Mineral County that was set up years ago. Whether I know that is available. Liz Bradley has it in Missoula office.
Yeah, and I think we do. Thank you, Representative Logie. We do have lots of different places like that have been identified. It's really, how do you then prioritize in terms of if we were going to do what they've termed wildlife accommodation, say it's an underpass or an overpass, how do you decide, is that one in Mineral County, how does that rank against one over in eastern Montana that's an antelope crossing kind of thing? And so we haven't formally done that kind of a prioritization.
Great. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate the overview and the presentation, and look forward to having you on later today if you're able to stay on for the discussion later. Do you want to transition now to an update on the Governor's Grizzly Bear Advisory Council that was it was set up about a year ago, and they came out with their recommendations at the beginning of September. We've got with us today Cole Mannix, who is a member of the Governor's Grizzly Bear Advisory Council, and just reflecting back on some of Justin's opening remarks. Migration and wildlife movement isn't just about big game, it's also about predators and birds and everything else. So I want to put this piece of the puzzle into our conversation today as we think about helping landowners and helping wildlife. So Cole, if you want to introduce yourself and share a brief update on the council and its recommendations.
Thanks, Sean. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, coming through loud and clear.
Thank you all for hosting this today. My name's Cole Mannix, and I am based in Helena. I work as a contractor on agricultural and conservation issues. My family ranches up in the Helmville-Ovando area in the Blackfoot area. My folks and my siblings and cousins all operate a cattle ranch there. So that's kind of where I come to this topic on. And I'm wearing a couple hats today. One is that I was a member of this 18-person Grizzly Bear Advisory Council that just finished up a set of recommendations in August of 2020. And then also, I've been involved in the outreach with landowners regarding migrations and wildlife movement. So I will share my screen here real quick, but I want to just mention, I'll make this really, I know we're a little bit running a little bit late on the agenda, and so I can make this presentation really fast. And part of the reason today for bringing this transportation topic to this council and bringing the grizzly bear advisory update to the council is that there is a formal place where discussions on transportation in the state and cooperation on transportation and wildlife is happening. We just heard from the Transportation Steering Committee, and I'll give an update on this grizzly bear subject matter. And the reason for kind of presenting those up front is to say that there is a place and a process for those topics where Montana is engaging that question in significant detail, and the place where we're not engaging in as much detail, or where there's maybe not as much of an established process, is this question of the overlap between wildlife movement and migration and working lands. And so that's where we'll move to the landowner panel, where we're really asking for the council to consider some of these important questions. So I'll share my screen on the grizzly bear topic now. Is that coming through?
Looks good, Cole.
So this Grizzly Bear Advisory Council was created in 2019, and we were charged with developing recommendations on key issues and challenges related to the conservation and management of grizzly bears, particularly those of significant social disagreement. And so you can imagine that there wasn't a lot of that. It was 150, 160 people applied to be on this council. 18 ended up, representing ranching, farming, forestry. There was a representative from garbage collection, conservation interests, wildlife interests. There was sort of a spectrum of Montanans, and we were asked to, in as much as possible, come up with, where could we find consensus together as a diverse group of Montanans on this question. And we don't have any particular authority as a council to make decisions about grizzly bears, but this was, sort of an exercise on a really challenging topic. How can folks who come at this grizzly bear question from different places, how can we seek as much common ground as possible? And what recommendations on some key issues might we be able to provide to the state of Montana? So we met for over 100 hours of meetings. That doesn't count all of the committee and working group meetings where we broke into small groups to tackle specific topics. And that was, we as COVID allowed, before COVID kind of came on, we tried to move these meetings around the state to where people in communities that had significant impacts from grizzly bears could be a part of the discussion and attend the meetings. So for example, we were in Libby, we were in Polson, we were in Helena, we were in Missoula, we were in Bozeman, and then we were planning to be on the Rocky Mountain front. We were planning to be in the Dillon and Red Lodge areas, but had to go to Zoom meetings partway through this process. And so we finished up during most of 2020 doing this virtually, and the recommendations were delivered in August. Let's see if I can figure out how to advance my screen. So this is what the report looks like, and you can find it at the URL above, as well as information about who the council members were, our meeting notes, and all of that, all of those details. The key issues that the governor's executive order asked us to look at were connectivity, distribution, conflict prevention, response, and mitigation once conflict does happen. And so how can we mitigate it? Transplant protocols. When bears end up needing to be moved, what could we recommend about where they're where and how they're moved. And then finally, the role of hunting. So this, I think this illustration shows why it's such a critical question in Montana. The two major populations, the two largest populations are in the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem and the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem. And that shaded polygon that surrounds those two ecosystems kind of represents where we know grizzly bears already, are well established. Certainly, we know that they have moved beyond that as well. But this is sort of that's sort of the meat of their range. And the other connectivity zones, these zones are recovery zones identified in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service recovery plan. And we do have a population of bears, a much smaller one in the Cabinet Yaak ecosystem in Montana. There's a population in the Selkirks, that purple shaded area. Bears have occasionally shown up in the Bitterroot Selway and in that green polygon, but for the most part, there's not an established population. And then so far as we know, there aren't resident bears in the Northern Cascades, which is the additional ecosystem you see there. And so especially this Western Montana area between the Northern Continental Divide ecosystem and the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem is an area that's seeing much increased grizzly bear presence. The Blackfoot Valley, where my family ranches, is a good example of that. And the context of more bears in more places and with more people in the state means that this is a challenge. Bears are something that people take a great deal of pride in. And it's obviously Montana is kind of the center of it when it comes to the lower 48. And yet they also can be really challenging. They're dangerous. They can be anyway. And they can affect working lands operations. Certainly they affect the way that recreators use public lands. They affect the way hunters obviously are going to have to navigate the landscape. And so they're challenging, and yet they're also iconic for Montana. I want to just share the vision statement. It says we envision fully recovered grizzly bear populations in the 4 identified recovery areas in Montana, and landscapes in between that accommodate grizzly bear presence and connectivity while maintaining the safety and quality of life of those that live, work, and play in Montana. And so we're basically looking at these 4 recovery areas as a council and saying bears are already increasing in population and expanding in range, and connectivity has been a key part to their, basically it's important to their long-term viability as a population. The more they can move across the landscape, the more the risks to grizzly bears are mitigated. So this is, the vision statement was a very difficult thing, I would say, to come up with. It's, I would say from my perspective, it's generous and really does want to see a long-term future that is stable and positive for the grizzly bear, and yet it's a pretty challenging goal, and it's going to take a lot of work coordinated across a lot of different stakeholders to do it well. The main themes of our discussion are basically that we can't control the ESA status of the grizzly bear. What we can control is facing this reality of more bears in more places and just more and more people utilizing the landscape. We can face it as proactively as possible. And we know that that's going to take a significant amount of communication, cooperation, and it's going to take resources. It's inevitable. When it comes to our actual recommendations, that we don't have the time to go through step by step what they were. We were not able, but I'll just share a few pieces. we were not able to come to consensus on the role of hunting. And so the report that I referenced basically includes discussion and around the different perspectives that exist on this topic. We received a great deal of public comment, particularly on that question. Many thousands of online comments, a great deal of public comment when we had in-person meetings. As you can see in our given our vision statement, we imagine continued efforts that are focused on that area between the four recovery areas, the Cabinet Yaak, the Bitterroot ecosystem, the Northern Continental Divide, and the Greater Yellowstone ecosystem. We recommended regarding distribution that in the state's grizzly bear management plan, that FWP work in cooperation with its other agency partners on this question to designate those parts of the Montana landscape that are important to connectivity between the four ecosystems and those that are not important to the goal of connectivity. So that will have to be distinguished in the management plan. We emphasize that, you know, prevention is the most affordable prevention of conflict, is the most affordable tool. That involves education, it involves on working lands, it involves you know, just being aware of how to minimize conflicts with grizzly bears. Once they do happen, how can we respond efficiently and effectively? And then when impacts happen, when depredations happen, for example, how can we best mitigate those impacts to landowners? For example, the Livestock Loss Board plays a big role there. And so I think I'll leave the presentation here. This is the process that we went through. As I said, our recommendations are just that. We don't have authority as a council in Montana, but it was an exercise of, you know, folks that care about the issue from different perspectives doing their best to come to consensus. And also recognizing that given the ESA listing status being uncertain, we tried to focus not on that, but focus on what we could control, regardless of what the long-term, regardless of what, you know, their listing status, what happens with it. So Sean, I'll turn it back to you. And I'm not sure if you want to take questions right now or.
Yeah, why don't we just open it up for one or two quick questions like we did for the transportation conversation? And you're still sharing your screen too, Cole, if you.
Here.
Well, the connectivity is really for biodiversity, isn't it?
You know, I think the connectivity is partially related to, sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to stop sharing my screen here as I.
Should be at the top there, Cole. If you go to the top of your screen. Is there a drop down that?
Here we go.
There you go. So Cindy's question was around connectivity.
Yeah, it's my understanding, and I could ask Justin or Ken to kind of clarify this, but it's my understanding that the connectivity is partially important because of genetic diversity, but you know, it's basically just also important because the more a landscape allows animals to move across it, the lower the risks to any given segment of the population. If you know, the more of a landscape that can work for a critter, you know, the lower risks overall. So it's not just genetic; it's also just, you know, it's about the sort of a landscape that can support a species. And I don't know, Ken or Justin, if you want to add anything to that. I'm certainly not the expert there.
You captured it from my point of view, Cole. I think it's really just about securing the populations over the long term, both in terms of genetics and their demographics. They can breed with each other. That's it.
Great, thanks, Justin. And Ed Beal, did you have a question?
I have two, Cole. So what do you see primarily in your vision as the role of PLPW? That's number one. And two, in regards to the ESA, why, I realize it's a very complicated reality that we don't currently control, but in order to be effective with all the goals that you stated in that mission statement, the state needs to have pretty big, the primary role. So those two, why PLPW, what do you see for PLPW and then the ESA?
With regard to the first, I think this is more, both the presentation from the Transportation Steering Committee and this presentation are not so much because we want PLPW to consider transportation in particular or grizzly bears in particular. We mostly wanted you to be aware of these two processes that are both related to wildlife movement in the state and both important to it. But where, there's already kind of an established process and established groups that have authority and that are engaged. And so we wanted to kind of show you where there was processes kind of already happening so that we can then highlight where where our real questions for you lie, which I think are more at the second stage of the meeting where we'll have the landowner panel, the overlap of ranching, farming, forestry, and other types of landowners who are affected by wildlife movement in some way. Does that make sense on the first part of your question?
Sure.
And then I just ask you to clarify maybe your question about the ESA. Are you asking what can Montana control, given that it, ultimately the ESA is a question beyond Montana?
Well, I haven't read your report thoroughly, so I need to go to that. But in regards to really being effective with this issue, in particular the grizzly bear, and all its impacts, it seems to me you got to get there sooner or later. And I realize the connectivity will bring us there probably more quickly than anything else. But are we stuck with that for the next 10 years, or how do you see that?
Yeah, well, I'm completely speculating, but there's a great deal of disagreement. Connectivity is one of the critical. It's one of the critical aspects of their listed status. It was listed as one of the risks, and there was a great deal of disagreement within the council, right? There's just a lot of different perspectives on, do we already have enough connectivity or not? Many folks are looking at the current sort of the near-term picture saying, we do have these populations not only are growing, especially in the NCD and the GYE, but they're expanding to new territory, and they're on the Rocky Mountain front, they are moving east, and they're also moving east from the Red Lodge area, and Wyoming is on that eastern side of things, are also experiencing expansion. And so from one perspective it looks like the bears are doing pretty darn good, and yet there's still long-term uncertainty for the population, and it wasn't too long ago when their future looked pretty challenging. 20, 30 years ago, it looked really different. And so, trying to be cautious and trying to, do justice, I guess, to the goal of really achieving recovery. We know that the more connected the Montana landscape is, the better chance we do have of delisting the grizzly bear and being able to fully manage. And yet, it's a really hard thing because, our family's place in the Blackfoot, Keith Martinell was a rancher on the council with us, and Trina Jo Bradley and Kristen Kipp from the Rocky Mountain Front and the Blackfeet Nation. And these are folks that it's changing the way, the landscape they're on every day. It changes how they can use it. And there's real, that it brings real costs. And so I think for me personally, not as a council member, or I'm not speaking for the council, but just personally, I would say that the big story and the big take home is that the working lands, the folks that have, who own and manage lands that grizzly bears are going to be on, they bear a higher proportion of the burden on this question. So it's very much related to what we're asking PLPW to look at, How can we better support working lands that are so critical to the wildlife in this state? And I think maybe that's a good segue to the second stage of our meeting today. So thanks for, I'm not sure if that answers your question, Ed, but.
Yeah, sort of. I just add one comment. I was on a place in the southern part of your valley, and a rancher, third generation, and we harvested a cow elk and ran into the rancher, and he's 70 some years old, and he says, you know, I've been here and doing this and never been afraid on my own property of anything. And now I'm not sure if I should have my head down in a ditch or not. And I think that's a good statement of the reality, to where this man has always found peace on his place. And now it's like, no, man, I can't do this alone. You know, I have to have backup here, not because I'm going to fall in the ditch and drown. So, yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ed. And the way I heard your question too was a little bit about the constraints of ESA. And I would just say my knowledge of that Grizzly Bear Advisory Council, they were told to be thinking more broadly about the needs and interests of Montana generally without having to think about listing or delisting. And so it really is more forward looking. And it looked like maybe Ed Bukowski had a quick question too. And then I do want to take a quick break. So Ed?
Yeah, it's a quick question. I basically had talked to a couple of people on the Grizzly Foundation, and the relocation of grizzlies that have gone into livestock and killed animals. I guess they relocated one grizzly bear collared 150, 200 miles away, and they must have a tremendous GPS like most animals do, because within 6 weeks it was back killing animals. Is the fishing game, at what point is enough, or what can you do to preclude stuff like this? Both those people had the same problem. The grizzlies came right back to where they were. I guess beef tastes good. So that's kind of a question I have more for Fish and Game, that at what point does this relocation doesn't work? Thanks.
I don't know if Ken, do we have Ken with us still? Or
Yeah, here we are.
Ken, do you want to take that?
Sure. So Ed, part of what we're struggling with on that particular topic is you're dealing with a listed species still, and there's guidelines on when the critter has to be moved or could be put down. It's gotten a little bit more lenient under Secretary Bernhardt in the last year, but it's still, the decision on any of that is ultimately up to the Fish and Wildlife Service as long as they're listed.
Thanks.
Yep.
Great. Well, thanks, Cole, for that overview. And I'm sure there are other questions too, but just let's hold those for future conversation. And just looking at the time here, want to get to this landowner panel sooner than later, but we've been talking for a little over an hour and a half now. I want to give people a 5-minute break before we do that. So let's come back at 10:15 and we'll start our landowner panel at that time. So 10:15, we'll see you back here.
Cole, do you think we have everybody that should be?
I think we do. I think we do. I see Eric and Leo and Paul and Bart, Jeff, Dale, Druska. Oh, and I see Druska too. So I think we are doing well.
Okay. Well, I know Carl Zabrocki, he's a PLPW member from Billings, is listening in, and then so is Dan here from Helena. We also have Senator Ankney, who joined us this morning. So welcome, Senator Ankney. Good to see you again.
Hey, Jason, before we get started for this, some of the landowners are just joining now. I wonder if it'd be helpful to just have the PLPW council members introduce themselves again real quick so that people know who they're talking to. Do you mind doing that?
Sure. Like I said, we have Dr. Dan Fear from Helena. He's listening in. Sportsman, been a part of the council for a few years now. Actually, all of these members have been around on this council, except for Dale, for actually since I think 2016 or even earlier than that. So longer than I've been with the agency. Many of these council members have been on this council. So anyway, Dan's from Helena here. Carl, he's like I said, listening in Billings, and then we'll just do a quick run through of those on the call here. So Senator Ankney, would you go ahead and introduce yourself and kind of what you represent for PLPW?
Senator Dwayne Ankney, Senate District 20. I'm down here in southeast Montana. Cover some of Custer, most of Rosebud, Muscle Shell, and the largest Treasure, and the largest geographical area of Yellowstone County. A lot of hunting and outdoor activities here in this part of southeastern Montana.
Thank you, sir. I know Representative Logie had to step off. He had some guy coming for hay, so he'll be back with us. Dudley Logie from St. Regis. He'll be back after lunch, he said, but he's around. Let's see. Let's go with Mr. Cornwell.
Lee Cornwell, my family ranches in Valley County with block management participants. I was on the board of livestock and the Montana Stalker Board, and just try to bring the landowner. I'm not a sportsman, but there's a lot of people around here that are, and I try to kind of just give the ranchers perspective. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. Commissioner Stuker.
I'm Rich Stuker. I'm up in Chinook, Montana. I'm District 3 Commissioner and for Fish and Wildlife, and represent them on the PLPW. Also, I think we were in probably the second or third block management unit in the state.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Beal.
Hello, everybody. Ed Beal. I'm here in Helena. I own Capital Sports and have a lot of interaction between sportsmen and landowners. Third go around on PLPW and then a couple other FWP councils, and glad to be trying to help to bridge that gap with landowners and sportsmen. Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Mr. Tribby.
Dale Tribby, I'm out of Miles City and sports person over here. I've had a long interest in private and public lands and landowner sportsman relationships. I'm a hunter ed instructor that I spent a lot of time talking about land ethics and respecting the land. And like Jason said, I'm new to this council. I've only been on now for a year and a half, but really enjoyed my involvement so far. Thank you.
Mr. Bukowski.
Ed Bukowski, I live outside of Rosebud on the north side of the Yellowstone River. I'm a landowner sportsman, taught bow hunter education for 34 years. I'm on the local Region 7 Citizen Advisory for Fish and Game, and also on BLM Southeast Montana Committee. So I have a wide interest in fish and game and management and fishing. Thanks.
Thanks, Ed. Ms. Cohen.
Hi, I'm Cindy Cohan. I'm in the Butte area. I'm a sportsman and a hiker and very interested in the topics associated with the PLPW. And I'm a member of the Butte Area Sportsmen's Club.
Thanks, Cindy. I think that's it, Sean.
Great. Thanks, Jason, for doing that. And thank you, council members, for hosting today's conversation. It's great to be able to be a part of this. For those that are just joining, I'm Sean Johnson. I'm with the University of Montana. I'm helping facilitate today's conversation. Right before we took a break, we started to transition in some way towards this conversation. Ed Beal helped us build a bridge, really thinking about how do we take something as complicated as wildlife movement and corridors and think about the overlap with all these different elements of how the landscape looks. I thought Tom's slide there where you could really see the landscape and the different components and systems was really helpful in thinking about, well, who owns those different parts of the conversation and how do we bring them together in a coordinated way? And I think Cole highlighted for us that around transportation issues, there's a process and a group of players in place around grizzly bears. Similarly, with landowners, sometimes it's more difficult because they don't have a natural point of connection or communication. But maybe this is the start of that forum, and I think an opportunity for exploring how that might look from a group that really is focused on private land and public wildlife and where that intersection is and how we can support conversations that really bring that landowner voice forward. Cole's actually wearing a couple of hats for us today, and so I'm going to actually turn this back to Cole here to set the stage a little bit more for this landowner panel and its purpose, and then we'll get to know the panelists here shortly. So Cole, do you want to kick things off?
Yeah, thanks, Sean. Again, Cole Mannix. I'm based in Helena, and I'm a contractor. In this case, with working with Heart of the Rockies, and Gary Burnett, who's here on the call today, and Heart of the Rockies as a land trust partnership is part of the Migrations Coalition, which also includes groups like Western Landowners Alliance, the Teddy Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, the Montana Wildlife Federation. So it's a group sort of similar to Montanans for Safe Wildlife Passage, but less formalized. It's a group of nonprofits who, along with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, really believe that in Montana, when you talk about migration and wildlife movement, working lands is absolutely essential. We've got to engage working lands perspectives. And so Justin mentioned that this morning in his presentation, how critical working lands are along with public lands to migration and wildlife movement. 2/3 of the state roughly is private land, and a much higher proportion even than that is working lands. And it's not only important to engage working lands perspectives on wildlife because they impact folks' operations, but it's also important because a lot of the ranchers are involved with efforts that are leading conservation on behalf of migration and wildlife movement. The Rancher Stewardship Alliance and Leo Barthelmess, who's here with us, is an example of that. The Big Hole Watershed Committee, Eric, you were involved with them. They're a good example of that. The Blackfoot Challenge. There's a great deal of conservation work that landowners are helping to lead. It's not just that they have impacts on their operations. So I thought I'd share a quote. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks had a press release earlier this week regarding their migration strategy. And there's a quote from a rancher named Heath Martinell. His family ranch is near Dell, Montana. In that press release that says, the viability of our ranch business and others like it is essential to maintaining an intact Montana landscape conducive to wildlife movement. We enjoy wildlife and we consider them an indicator of land health, and at the same time they bring substantial costs and challenges to our business. That's why I appreciate that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and partners are seeking out landowner feedback and perspectives when it comes to wildlife movement and migration in the state. So that, I think, is the question for PLPW as we begin this panel is access is really important, and it's an issue that PLPW often engages with. But beyond the question of access, landowners, anglers, hunters, all have a real interest in the health of the landscape and the health of the populations themselves. And so how can we make sure, not just this meeting, but how can we make sure there's a consistent way of engaging these working lands perspectives in as full and equal stakeholders in wildlife management? So that's sort of the framing question for you all in the next hour or two is, how can we better support these working lands that help support wildlife? Thanks. And Sean, I'll turn it over to you to begin with panelists. And also I want to just take a moment and say thank you so much to the panelists who agreed to take time and share their perspectives today. I really appreciate it. It takes a lot, and they've given a lot of time already in understanding what the purpose of this is and bringing their thoughts together. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Cole, for framing that out. And yeah, thank you so much to the landowner panelists who are joining us here today. And certainly wish we were all in person instead of on the Zoom screen, but it's great to have you join us virtually and be with us. The way I've structured this, and we've had a little bit of conversation with Cole and the landowners ahead of time, is that we just like the landowners to take 5 or so minutes to introduce themselves and share their thoughts on this issue of what it means to be a landowner, where they're trying to maintain their viability, but also address some of these impacts, and really be thinking about, what is it from their perspective that is of concern? Where do they have some thoughts to share? Where have they seen successes in working with either the agencies or other partners in maintaining both their needs and their viability while providing for wildlife habitat and access? And just as you're listening to those remarks, you might be thinking about, in response to Cole's question about what can PLPW do, maybe it's around supporting some of the good things that you hear happening. Maybe that's around communication or some of the boots on the ground activities or wildlife fencing. Maybe it's around advancing thinking for the future. So are there needs here that are unaddressed that maybe PLPW could help play a role in moving forward? Some sort of additional assistance or mitigation, something along those lines, perhaps. Or maybe it's simply building the shared understanding and the infrastructure, the process to carry the conversation forward. So just be thinking about some of those things as you're listening to the different landowners this morning. So we're going to hear from each of them. We're going to invite Justin Goody to come back into the conversation after we hear from the landowners to share a few thoughts from his perspective of the data and information piece of this, and I think start to build that bridge that he was seeing as a need this morning to really include landowners more directly in some of the agency perspectives. And then we're going to engage in some question and answer, just open discussion, both among the landowners themselves. Some of them will be hearing from each other for the first time and might have some questions of each other, and then among the council as well. So that's the conversation. We've got these structured around the different priority areas that were identified in the secretarial order. And so I'm just going to go through those one by one. We did want to acknowledge, and Cole and some others have done some outreach along the Rocky Mountain front, and there's some really good conversations happening in that area. Unfortunately, we couldn't find someone who could join us this morning to be a part of this conversation, but want to just say that doesn't mean that there's not interest or activity or conversations happening there. It was just a timing and availability challenge. So we're going to start in priority area B, which is the Paradise Valley. And we've got a couple of folks from that geography with us this morning, Jeff Reed and Andreska Kinky. Did want to say that biographies were sent around this morning. And so instead of having them share too much about their biography, just a quick introduction of who they are and their thoughts and concerns. So Jeff, do you mind kicking things off for us?
Wow, that's a tough ask. Here, Sean, thanks for engaging us and trying to make Montana even better than it is. You've got a tough job ahead of you. My name is Jeff Reed. I live in Paradise Valley with acreage on the Yellowstone River floor, as well as on both sides of the range, both in the Absarokas and the Gallatin side. We obviously have deer and elk and antelope and bighorn sheep and all of the predators, including grizzlies, on our property. and plenty of raptors and corvids, which many of them are being GPS tracked because of our location next to Yellowstone Park. As perspective, 2 years ago, we had a wild young bison bull walk right across Druska's place, across the Yellowstone River, and through my back door. And this is 25 miles north of the north entrance of Yellowstone Park. I produce alfalfa for local ranching operations and commercial hops sold to microbreweries. And we also run a longstanding guiding and lodging operations. As some background of my comments, I spent 30 years in the private sector as a software tech executive, so you'll get a little bit of that flavor. And both Druska and I are active members on the Upper Yellowstone Watershed Conservation District that she is the chairperson of. So a few of the things we're working on in the local area, and then I'll offer up some suggestions or ideas for you to think about in some areas that we could use your help on. So one of the things we're working on, and I guess I could frame this in the context of not waiting around for the government or agencies, and that is using technology to increase working lands profitability while benefiting wildlife. Some of these include, and they're kind of cutting edge stuff, but we're testing out next generation thermal imaging drones for better elk and deer population movements, as well as to mitigate elk conflicts. We have a lot of foraging conflict, and we could call it encroachment on calving grounds in our area. We're leveraging smart camera traps to monitor predator conflicts with wolves and grizzlies, and also recreational use and trespassing by our favorite Homo sapiens, as well as validating migration corridors with respect to auto collisions, because we've got, you know, a major thoroughfare into Yellowstone Park going through our area. We're using smart collars, next generation smart collars that have audio on them and artificial intelligence to detect predation and other stresses in livestock. And we're using low cost do-it-yourself sensor technology and AI in our irrigation systems to monitor soils and increase yields. I mention this because ag, primarily farming, which tends to lead the way in becoming smarter with technology, this is going to open up opportunities to monitor wildlife in the private sector, and that will become a factor that makes it more feasible for the everyday rancher to do that as well. Lastly, one of the things we're doing is I sit on the board of a private sector company called landtrust.com, which is a sort of Airbnb matching hunters willing to pay ag producers to hunt private property. So that, you know, kind of gives you the flavor of trying some private sector things we can do to improve wildlife migration, while recognizing that we're trying to run businesses here in a heavily dominated tourism industry where we're at. And the tourists come here for obvious reasons, right? Wildlife, the mountains, those sorts of things. Some of the things working well in the last year is the renewed efforts around invasive weeds at scale, right? Not just spot spraying here and there. You have to do this at scale. And where we need some help is recognition within the broader recreation industry that weeds impact wildlife forage, and to come up with shared cost models. You're not going to deal with invasive weeds every 2 years and then waiting 20 years, right? We know that. So to fund this sort of stuff, we're going to have to start getting creative and proactive. And that includes, you know, looking at the broader industry instead of just the hunting. I think the hunting industry gets it, but the broader recreation industry, I don't think does. We're seeing better engagement from our local MSU extension, I would say, in the last year. We need to get more engaged with the FWP biologists locally, and that's not a criticism there. It's just you need that kind of triumvirate to get some of this tech stuff we're trying to work on done. We also need pressure on the grant agencies to emphasize or require collaboration with local producers. That's a really important one, I think, that at least you could be a messenger for. A couple, I'll just give you 4 other examples and hand over to Druska, who's got a lot more. I'd say from a landowner coordination and outreach perspective, I think you're starting to tell the story of ranching, more and more, and that's helpful. Engaging us as full shareholders in the wildlife management decisions is important, but broadening the message and the messenger is a key one for us. I sit on the Governor's Outdoor Recreation Council. As we know, wildlife and recreation go hand in hand in Montana, and hunting and fishing industries pay to play, but the rest of the recreation industry that uses Montana wildlife as their poster child for the most part for attracting businesses and real estate development don't pay to play. In our area, few of the 1 million tourists who drive through our ranches to Yellowstone Park would have any knowledge that our migratory herds, elk herds, are very dependent upon private lands on the valley floor. And I think it's okay for the private landowner to expect the non-hunting and non-fishing industries to have a stake in the game of sustainable wildlife migration. And so if you guys could be carry the message and messenger to other state level people that we need to do a much better job at the state in monetizing tourism and recreation, and in turn funding efforts, not just on the holy grail of public lands, but on working private lands, which seem to be doing a better job in our area, particularly of preventing the tragedy of the commons we're starting to see with population growth, but mainly tourism growth, especially this year. So some of the financial incentives we'd like to see in our area are developing brucellosis risk transfer tools, wildlife use agreements or elk rents, elk compensation funds. And I'm talking most of us on the valley floor, right? So where a lot of the alfalfa growth and hay growth goes on. Priority or transferable hunting tags to landowners who provide wildlife habitat. I see that in Oregon a lot and not here as much. Developing funding sources to support wildlife conservation on working lands. I mean, that's a big ask, right? But it's just a re-emphasis of the working lands aspect. And some of the areas in research and technical assistance we could use, I already mentioned, with MSU Extension and FWP, really in a private public sector approach, not just public sector. We need a pace at which business runs because we're running businesses here. So the pace at which you provide data for population accounts needs to go way up, right? But there's other things we could be doing with that population data that could affect operations. Some of them I mentioned. So more private public sector collaboration and an emphasis on the pace of that information getting into our hands. I'll leave it with that for the panel discussion and hand over to Druska to take it from there.
Thanks, Jeff. So I too would like to say thanks to PLPW for hosting this, and special thanks to Gary and Cole for continuing to engage with Paradise Valley landowners. They've been very, very helpful. So I'm actually going to start out with what I view as the challenges in Paradise Valley. So they might tend to be a little bit negative, but I'd rather do that first and then end on the positive. So in relationship to elk and our ranch, which, we've been here for 3 generations, we never ever saw an elk here. And so it was way out of my comfort zone to even think about elk. And of course, with the reintroduction of the wolf, the increase of the grizzly bears, weather changes, land use changes, all of those things combined, we started seeing a lot of elk down here. And we get the northern migratory herd out of Yellowstone. And they were at one time in their height of numbers in the 20,000 range. And that number has decreased dramatically over the years. And now I think they're around 5,500, 6,000. But the critical point to make with that is that when they were at 20,000, their seropositive rate, which is an indication of their exposure to brucellosis, was 3 to 5%. The seropositive rate on the elk that we have in our backyard now is 30%. So that's a big change. and it's a real hardship for producers in this valley. The other thing that we've found is that because of the predator pressure in the higher elevations, the elk don't migrate anymore. So they've gotten really comfortable on the valley floor, which everybody has put up with for a really long time. But what happens is when you get to the critical abortive time period, which is March, April, and May, and you're calving, I really can't describe effectively the amount of stress that it puts on a family operation to have elk in that proximity to your calving herd. And we have barriers like roads or creeks, and we're along the river, and for the most part, those help. But when you have 1,000 head of elk sitting on a 100-acre pivot, half pivot, none of those barriers work. And you know that there's commingling. And so every day you wake up and you just have this sick feeling in your stomach that is today going to be the day when a transmission occurs. So other places in Paradise Valley also have the same brucellosis risk or greater. We have had multiple transmissions in this valley over the last 10 years, more so than any other place in Montana. I don't know about Wyoming, but so I don't want to label us a hot spot, but it's been an issue. In the beginning, it was the depopulate the entire herd message that we got from APHIS and Department of Livestock. That changed. Now we have a quarantine system, but that quarantine system can put you out of business. It can be very lengthy, costly in the amount of hay and extra labor involved, stress on people, stress on the animals. You can have abortions just because of that. You can have death loss when you're working animals or injuries. I mean, it can get very, very big. And so quarantine is a huge issue. They draw a circle a mile wide around you, and any other cattle producer in that circle becomes a contact herd, and they also have to do some testing. So it has far-reaching impacts. This DSA that we are in, designated surveillance area, there's 4 counties that have one. So it's the Beaverhead, Madison, Gallatin, and Park. And they have enlarged that boundary 5 times in the last 5 to 7 years. As they test elk on the perimeter of the existing DSA, they find positive animals, and then they enlarge the boundary. So this is a problem that is not localized, even though it feels like it sometimes. I think the potential for brucellosis spread and it's self-sustaining in elk now. So eradication is basically off the table. So it's self-sustaining. I think the spread due to multiple factors of increased predators, range conditions, just forage issues pushing them where they need to go is going to be a bigger issue for many cattle producers in the years to come. And I say all of this just so you understand that Paradise Valley has a unique set of circumstances. Being in the DSA and having to face the added regulations that come from that. And there are many, and I won't go into all of those, but we are required to do many more things with our cattle in order to sell them than anywhere else in the state. So our work with FWP in the early days consisted of a work plan that the commission approves every year, which allows a set of tools to be used with elk having to do with brucellosis. So their brucellosis mitigation tools are hazing, fence yard stacking, elk management removals, which are small hunts of 10 elk or less, and kill permits. Our local work group tried to add additional things to this work plan in terms of fencing off calving pastures so elk couldn't go through them. That was met with great resistance from the sportsman community. So it had to do with, they didn't want sportsmen's dollars to be used on any fencing project on private land for brucellosis mitigation. So by the time the pilot project got put into the work plan, there were so many hoops to jump through, it has never been used. There are private entities that are coming up with other plans for brucellosis, such as what Jeff talked about, where there are brucellosis bonding tools being discussed, elk rents, things that would help offset the costs of having elk. Our other issue, and before I go on to the other issue, migration is a big issue now because the elk do not migrate from the valley floors and they stay in more of a year-round context. So you can understand what it feels like to have elk calving on your fields in May and June, and then also being there for the abortive time period in the following year. None of that is a good situation for cattle producers. The habitat comes into play in that where we live in particular, it's sort of high desert country, so it doesn't recover from overuse. And the overuse occurred 30 years ago when 20,000 head of elk were around. So we're already dealing with a depletion of the resource, and now they don't ever go back. And they're also, so they eat and damage the fragile range that you do have. They eat the regrowth that you have in the fall, so you can't come home and use any of that. I had one rancher tell me one day, I'm trying to be a good steward of the land. I really wanted to do some grass banking, so I had something to come home to in the fall. And by the time he could use it, the elk had already eaten it. So we want to be conservationists and we want to do what's right for the land. But in some situations here, you can't even do that. And so it's hard to be proud of the legacy that you're leaving if you cannot leave it the way you want it. So you have no control over that. And one other rancher then said, if we improve our habitat, then aren't we actually inviting more elk and defeating the purpose? And when you're talking about brucellosis, that's a huge issue. You don't want more elk. But if you try and improve the habitat that you have, it becomes a magnet for those elk. And so it's sort of a catch-22. We have also a problem in Paradise Valley that the average age of the rancher anymore is 60 plus. And so if you consider what happens to that landscape when these producers either go out of business due to economic challenges, whether they're just marketplace or driven by brucellosis, or they have family members that don't want to continue the ranching tradition, what happens to those large pieces of working land? And that's something that concerns everyone. And I think that's becoming more and more evident in the number of partners that are coming together in Paradise Valley to work on issues. We have been very, very fortunate in our relationships with FWP at the Helena level. So Justin, Quentin, Martha, they've all been very willing to sit down and listen to a landowner perspective. The implementation from there is what gets challenging for us. And we have also partnered not only with Cole and Gary, but also with PERC, which is private, let's see, what is PERC? Private, now why can't I think of that? Anyway, it's a private lands and environmental research center. Thank you. Anyway, so we've been working with PERC for 2 years now. And through PERC, we did a landowner survey, which asked them, what are the challenges? What keeps you up at night? What are some things you'd like to see us work on? And out of that survey and report that was done, there were 13 recommendations, some of which Jeff alluded to. The priority recommendation for that landowner group was to actually formalize ourselves as a Paradise Valley Working Lands group. And we are just about there. We intended, well, COVID hit, so we can't meet, face to face. We'll try a Zoom meeting later on in December and also in January of landowners in Paradise Valley to hopefully start some discussions on all of these issues that we have and identify our needs better. Justin with FWP was instrumental in saying, you know, we've identified this migratory corridor for you, but you don't have a group to work with yet. And so we have tried very, very hard to get a group together. I envy places that like the Rancher Stewardship Alliance and how much work they've done and how long they've been around. Paradise Valley is just a different place, and there's a lot of history, a lot of it bad, that we have tried to work through on the agency level and the local level. Our Upper Yellowstone Watershed Group has re-energized itself, and we're a very diverse group now, and it used to be mostly just a landowner group. And so I see us working with more partners. I see progress. I see these partners open doors for us that were not opened before. And that is all positive for us. Our job now is to just take advantage of that. And we're going to try and do that to the best of our abilities. So thank you for your time today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jeff and Jessica, for getting us kicked off there, really painting a picture of what's happening down in Paradise Valley. I was just struck by how active you guys are in your community, thinking about not only what's happening across the landscape as it relates to wildlife and movement and disease and all those challenges, but how entrepreneurial you've been, how dedicated you are to place, and how you're really thinking about how can we leverage the different abilities and interests of partners, whether they're nonprofit, private, public partners, to help solve some of these challenges. So thanks for getting us started. I'm guessing a lot of people are starting to have questions. I'm just going to ask you to hold on to those questions until we hear from the rest of the landowner group that we've assembled here today. We are going to switch over to the priority area C, which is generally around the Big Hole, Upper Clark Fork, and Bitterroot. Got a couple of folks from that landscape as well. Going to start with Eric Halstead. Eric, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I'm just learning this Zoom thing, so forgive me. But I am a fourth generation rancher on the Big Hole. We ranch on the upper and lower Big Hole. We ranch in 4 different counties: Madison, Beaverhead, Silver Bow, and Deer Lodge. Not because we're a big place, but because of an accident of geography. The upper Big Hole, we have different issues than here. We have wolves on that place that have given us trouble for years. We've got a migratory mule deer herd, antelope that migrate down into horse prairie and perhaps into Idaho. I don't think that is known yet, as well as some sage hens that are migratory. Unfortunately, when they put the transmitters on 2 of the birds this year, one was eaten by a coyote within a couple days. So we're not really sure where they've gone yet. On the home place here, we work with People for Carnivores quite a bit. We employ guard dogs with our sheep, and we use a lot of camera traps. We recently put on a couple of GPS trackers on our guard dogs so we can keep track of what they're doing, because we recently had a wolf interaction and depredation. So we're trying to see how the guard dogs are reacting. I had to leave about half an hour ago because we've got the interstate crosses a corner of the ranch, and there's only about a half mile of interstate. But I got an alert that one of my dogs was headed for the interstate, which means somebody hit a deer over there. And which is, I think, maybe apropos to the earlier conversation with MDOT, because my dogs can be 2 miles away, and when there's a deer hit, they know where to go. And I don't want them getting out there to either feed on it or guard it and causing a further accident. There's quite a bit of ground to cover in 5 minutes, but the use of camera traps, of these new tracking collars that People for Carnivore, Kim Johnson, modified from another industry, are proving, I think, to be pretty helpful. But in the broader sense, what we have seen is not unlike what has been happening in the Paradise Valley. Our biggest problem, where elk have been moving into the valley, usually in August, and we'll get a couple hundred head in my alfalfa fields, and they will wipe out my second crop. This has happened for 12, 13 years now, that I've lost $40,000 to $60,000 a year that I've had to replace in hay purchases. Fish and Game has been very good about reacting. We've got a great relationship with our biologist in the area. However, some of the rules with shoulder seasons and damage hunts don't apply. These elk come in after dark and they leave before daylight. And the biggest depredations are in August. So you can't catch them on private ground to hunt them, which is part of the depredation hunt. And then if you have to go to the mountain, if somehow that was allowed, we lose, who wants to shoot an elk when it's 80 degrees out that you're gonna have to pack out? So we have some difficulties there dealing with these herds. The wildlife friendly fencing that was talked about with MDOT will not work on my place. Obviously, I don't have a lot of it, but I also have sheep. But it also provides, also causes problems elsewhere where you try wildlife friendly fencing. And what we have done in general is we try to find places where the elk are tearing down the fence, and we put in gates. That helps us track them, helps us monitor them. We put camera traps there, and it saves us a little bit of work on the gates. But we know then very accurately how many elk, what kind of elk, what kind of deer, what other kind of animals are moving through the area. The antelope will use the gates. Moose really like them. It's expensive and it's not my preferred way of doing it, but it's just something we've had to do to adapt. Now, for all the problems that different animals cause as they come here, and our biggest concern now, I guess, is that we've got a grizzly within 6 miles of the place. I thought we had another 20 years before we'd start seeing them here. We've had them in the upper Big Hole for years. So we're trying to get ahead of that particular issue with working with the county to get automated covers for the dumpsters that are near the ranch, other things that might prove to be attractants. There's so many layers to this migration and animal expansion issue that you don't really know where to start. But my biggest concern is what they're talking about in the Paradise Valley. I'm right outside of that somewhat arbitrary line, that DSA, but within a day or two, I could be within that. And that's part of the reason I shifted from being a cattle operation to a sheep operation. What I see coming down the line as our biggest concern with these wildlife populations and movements is the disease issue. And not just brucellosis. I mean, brucellosis could definitely put you out of business, having to keep animals, in one location away from your upper pasture, feeding them hay. That would be awful. But, we've got this elk feeding area in Wyoming where they concentrate these huge herds. And I've seen movement studies where elk from Jackson, Wyoming have moved to Jackson, Montana. It's just a matter of time before we get bovine tuberculosis in them. CWD is obviously an issue because, we're seeing it expand. But I've lost one relative and 2 friends from CJD, which is the human version. Now, it wasn't new variant, which is, the mad cow, but there's a genetic version and there's another version that they call spontaneous. Right now, they say CWD doesn't transfer except for possibly 1 or 2 cases in Canada. But maybe the incubation time we just don't understand yet. I don't know. But I think there are a whole series of disease issues we have to worry about, we have to mitigate. I love seeing these animals. I mean, that's part of what makes my day every day. But we need tools. That $40,000 to $60,000 a year has put tremendous strain on us. And if we had had our cattle quarantined during that period, it would have been a much, much larger strain financially, and I don't think we could have survived it. We look at things like depredation, and right now depredation is paid on a per animal market price issue. Well, if you lose a breeding animal, you lose the future. That animal doesn't make money till it's in your herd for a couple of years. And then it's the years beyond that where it makes money. If you use a young animal, which is an expensive animal, it's much more expensive if you extrapolate what it could have brought in during its lifetime. That's not recognized in our current program. Wyoming does a little bit better a job of this. Nobody recognizes the costs to the hay producer. So, without money, I don't see a lot of solutions. But I sit on the board of Future West and of the Big Hole Watershed Committee. And one of the things that Future West has looked at for years has been wildlife crossings. The wildlife crossings on the highways are, I think, important. I think they're also difficult because often where you find the best place to cross will be to private land. And as someone said earlier, the idea of a subdivision popping up on the other side of your new crossing is definitely problematic. I wonder if, say, LWCF, which has been fully funded and hasn't been provided with a good mechanism to deal with conservation easements in the state yet. The money's there, but we can't seem to get it on the ground. Couldn't be teamed with MDOT to help create those corridors and still maintain working lands. As far as the disease issues go, I think we need to recognize them and be more proactive in managing them from the fish and game side. I mean, I think it will, recognizing it and aggressive management will give us safer game herds into the future, which I think will help hunting and recreation. And then I think lastly, we focus a little too much on all this charismatic megafauna. I mean, we've got a lot of issues out there that, my land getting beat up by elk causes me to make different management decisions. So to keep the elk out rather than, hey, now I graze the sheep year round here. Well, what does that do? Well, the meadowlarks and the bobolinks and the vesper sparrows and stuff like that use those tall grass fields to nest have lost that habitat that normally, I'd be growing hay on, and I wouldn't hay until August, and they would have a place to nest and to rear and move on. So it's all about the system, and we want to be an effective part of the system, of the migrations of this, this bounty of wildlife that's in this state. We want to be part of that because we enjoy it too. But at the same time, we have to survive financially. And those are all things we need to address. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Eric. Really appreciate it. I think we've given you all an impossible task to paint a picture of what's happening in your part of the world in 5 minutes. So appreciate everyone's flexibility and just letting these people share their perspective, their insights. There's so much richness here in what we're hearing just now. Do want to turn next to Bart Morris, who's also joining us from that priority area C. So Bart, want to take it away?
Yeah, thanks for having me. I guess I'll start. We're first generation here. We're cattle operation. Had goats this year and sell all our cows as beef to the community of Missoula. We're just south of Missoula, in probably the wildest part of the Bitterroot Valley there is left, with all the subdivisions and that. And to paint a picture of my background is I married a gal that was fourth generation, going to be a fourth generation rancher in northeastern Colorado. That didn't sustain. We thought we were going to take over that place. It is, they ended up selling the place. It's oil wells and subdivisions now. So this is, we had to go get real jobs. I worked in wildlife for state agencies for 16 years, 8 of it for Wyoming, 8 of it for FWP. My very first job out of college was trapping grizzly bears in the Yellowstone ecosystem. From there, I've trapped elk, vaccinated elk for brucellosis, worked on feed grounds in Wyoming. My interest was always to better the land for the animals on it, and that's what I strive for. Had again that history of agriculture and in my background and my wife's background, and 16 years later we were able to realize that. And where I'm going with this is that interest to do right by the land and the animals on it. The biggest impact and the way I could do it was not working for a state wildlife agency or being part of a sportsman group, but being a landowner and a land working the land with livestock. And it's been unbelievably rewarding, and I impact wildlife on a daily basis now, whereas before working for wildlife agencies, I was managing more people than I was wildlife. So I only just say that just to give you a perspective from a little different perspective of the importance of these working lands that these landowners have, and that I'm lucky enough to be a part of now. From there, I guess the thoughts I've had, I guess the 3 previous folks have kind of helped me organize my thoughts a little bit. And where we're at is, again, on the north end of the Bitterroot, right here south of Missoula. There was a slide in that second presentation that showed subdivisions, working lands, big game winter range. Well, that's us. We're all the wild country there. We have about 800 head of elk here, about, 300 head of deer, both mule deer, whitetail. We had 2 grizzly bears come through this summer, black bears, wolves, coyotes, all neotropical migrants, etc. Tons of people, and everything right here collectively together. It's a huge wildlife corridor through there from that slide, and we graze our cattle and goats on what was considered the river corridor and winter range in that slide, and further to the south and further to the east. So we see a lot of, we're integrated in a lot of different, folks and different things. I'm on the, we've done projects and partnerships with the Clark Fork Coalition, Bitterroot Water Forum, FWP, working with people and carnivores. I'm on the Conservation District for Missoula, Community Food and Ag Coalition here in Missoula. I'm on the Missoula City County Food Policy Board. So we're ingrained in a lot of different things. The biggest challenges we face here, and what I've been hearing from the previous is my wife's family, their big place in northeastern Colorado was not sustainable economically. One of our goals with ours is to make it that. This is a business. We try to run it as a business. We want it to be economically sustainable, ecologically sustainable, and personally sustainable. The running an ag business, one of the things that when I worked for state agencies, I would visit with landowners. I worked in the access programs, and that is I would hear the numbers thrown out like Eric just did of $40,000 to $60,000. That didn't register with me when I was working for the agency. I'll tell you what, it sure registers with me now. For example, our biggest threat in this area right now to us and our business would be invasive weeds. Missoula County is like the weed capital of the world, is what I've been heard it quoted as, and it's a true concern for wildlife and trying to make a living on the land. It's gotten even worse here because a lot of these places, these traditional agricultural lands, traditional ranches have sold out to non-traditional landowners. The land sits idle, and I'm here to tell you, idle land just degrades. And so we're trying to come back in and improve this stuff. So for example, we did about $15,000 worth of work on just on a very small chunk of acreage on 180 acres of just on annual grasses this year. The deer alone ate us out of about $8,000 worth of seeding work. So, and that doesn't include what the elk do. So those numbers that Eric throws around, those are real numbers. Those are livelihoods. Those are future generations of open space and working lands. And that is, if you take a look at it from a habitat and a wildlife interest way, it's better to have people on these lands working them than sitting idle, because they degrade rather quickly and fast. So that's the biggest threat here in this northern part of the Bitterroot for us. Also, I talked to Cole quite a bit about this before, and one of the things for us or one of the things from my history in that is I guess looking at the PLPW board here is I heard Jeff and Druska talk about a little bit about this. Is one thing Jeff mentioned was pace. One thing Druska talked about was implementation. And this has been one of the most frustrating things for me, both when I worked in foreign agency and now as a landowner and working the land is change decisions. You work really hard to get all these wonderful, great minds together. And in the private land ownership world, across the board, when you start looking at NGOs, state agencies, the private landowners are so diverse, so different, so unique in their areas. There's so many different desires for each their land. For example, up here, we have folks that they solely have their land to hunt on and not share with anybody. That's my one neighbor. The deer on their place are their deer, and the deer on my place are their deer, and that goes for the elk as well. We're in block management. We believe in managing the herds, and that's just one example. And that follows through in the northern Bitterroot and very different. And that's two extremes, but everything's in between. Well, those are the landowners working landscapes. Well, we are very diverse, we are very unorganized, and we have very different goals. And so when you start throwing NGOs and all these working groups and state folks, they bring the landowners involved. And if you can get a group of landowners involved, one, that's a feat in itself. Two, there's only a short window of time because they're running businesses, and like wildlife is not just the main component of our businesses. It's almost a distraction in certain ways. Hunting season is dreaded by most landowners that I deal with. I know it wears me out, and in fact, I got 2 texts on how a hunter ran a bunch of elk through our fence last night, and that's what the Gout Workforce has been doing all morning, is putting the fence back, and that's one of our block management hunters. But it's more of a distraction, and it's it's a reprieve to get away from it, and we're working every day to improve these lands to make them the best for our livestock, which in turn is also for wildlife. And we're there every single day doing that. And what happens is when we take time out to be part of these deals, everybody gets excited. There's good momentum, there's good discussion, there's good thought, especially as diverse and different as we are, and unorganized. And as soon as it goes there, or as soon as it gets to a certain level, that the pace is extremely slow. And I know change takes a long time, but the pace is extremely slow, and the implementation is not there. And you lose these groups, you lose these landowners. One, because they're unorganized. Two, they have so many other things going on. So that is one of the things that I've really seen and was really frustrating for me when I worked for agencies, and now is even more frustrating being on this side of the deal. So those were just some of the things I wanted to bring forward and mention about. And I guess it's a little different view, but I'll be quiet for now.
Great. Thanks so much, Bart. Really appreciate you sharing those thoughts and that perspective. Lots of really good information there. A lot of challenging issues to address, not just in terms of the wildlife issues, but how do we actually create processes that help not only build knowledge and shared understanding, but move through to set recommendations, priorities, and like you said, move into those implementation challenges of actually getting work done and trying to move through the changes we want to see. We want to keep going through the different voices here from the landowners who are joining us this morning. We're going to move to the next priority area D, which is that large swath of land from Malta to Gwinnett. And we've got Leo Barthelmess with us today to share his perspective. So Leo, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate the interest in encouraging the landowners to participate in this forum. These are big problems, and I'm a bit embarrassed. I don't have near as many problems as the previous presenters. I don't have large herds of elk, and I don't have brucellosis, but we do have migratory antelope running through the ranch. They aren't to the population. My family, a little bit, we live southeast of Malta, Montana. We run a cow-calf operation. We once had sheep, recently abandoned that situation. The reasons had nothing to do with wildlife or predators, but just a change in what we needed to do to sustain a ranch. I managed the ranch with my brother and our wives. There's children in the future, or grandchildren in the future of the community, I hope, that will continue on our legacy. We have a partnership with the BLM and state lands. I'm the president of the Rancher Stewardship Alliance. We've been truly blessed with good supporters and created relationships with the conservation community and agencies, federal and state. We have worked a lot with the NRCS and the Nature Conservancy and the World Wildlife Fund to create some better migratory situations on our ranch in the South Phillips County community. We flagged fences to allow for sage chicken, reduce the predation or fence collisions on the sage chickens. We're part of the second largest migration of mammals in North America. They tell me the antelope run from Saskatchewan and Alberta to the Muscle Plains Roundup region. And they come through the 3-county area that is my area, Blaine, Phillips, and Valley County. So there's a lot of interest in what goes on up here. The ranch sits at the dividing line between the prairie pothole region and the sagebrush steppes. So the Beaver Creek drainage that runs through South Phillips County is kind of a geographic dividing line between those two different landscapes. So there's a lot of conservation activity to the south of us, the CMR Game Range Refuge, Charlie Russell Refuge. There's a population of elk that create issues for my neighbors. I occasionally get one around, occasionally tear a fence down, but it's not a big issue. Considering the antelope migrations that we have here, we would like to intensify our grazing, increase our stock densities, but it's a big open arid area and it would require miles of fencing, and primarily I don't want to do that much fencing, but we have, with the support of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Rancher Stewardship Alliance, we're one of the pilot projects for electronic collars to manage livestock grazing with GPS boundaries that we designate across our ranch. So that's a bit encouraging. That may be a tool that's really helpful, could be helpful to ranchers in different situations. And our goal for that is to increase a higher level of nutrition in our pastures, retard water runoff, build soil health, all of the things that benefit livestock producers as well as wildlife. So we're heavily engaged in that. This is our second round of collaring cows. We're grazing out this winter. Depending on snow depth, hopefully we can graze till February with our livestock and diminish our need for purchased feeds. But I'm just, like I said, I'm embarrassed. I have no problems compared to the previous presenters. You guys have some real challenges, but I do see that coming here. I've noticed an uptick in out of state and hunting populations from the western part of the state because of diminished game populations. They all have a reason for that, and maybe diminished opportunities to hunt. We don't belong to block management, but most of the ranch is available to hunting because it's intermingled with federal land, and to limit hunting in any significant way would be discouraging. We try and build relationships with hunters so that they respect us and respect our neighbors. We just need, from the Rancher Stewardship Alliance, we spent a lot of time building relationships, and what we really struggle with is communicating the value of ranching and working lands with the hunting community or the tourism community. People just have such a negative impression of what we do, and they don't understand that these landscapes were grazed for hundreds of thousands of years, and without grazing going on across these eastern Montana landscapes, as was stated earlier, these plants will die. It was evolved with grazing, and right now the only viable alternative is livestock at scale. I mean, there may be large herds of bison 100 years from now, but by then the grasslands would be so degraded that it would take another 1,000 years to recover them. But we just need a communication effort that recognizing the value of landowners and good stewards, and we have lots of deer on the ranch, lots of antelope periodically that migrate through. So, I don't think they would be here if we weren't providing nutrition that they needed. Same with our sage chickens. We're in the core area of sage chicken. We're one of the, I have a lot of sagebrush on the ranch, and there's very little of it that's not populated by sage chickens. And, if there's a fire, a lightning strike, some issue off a county road or something, the landowner is going to be the first one there to protect that habitat. And we need to communicate those kinds of stories, that there is so much more can be done by working together and recognizing each other's skill sets and contribution to the whole. That I think that's the way to go. That's what's allowing RSA to accomplish what we have. And I hope that other ranch groups and agencies can work together to, get some things done that we were able to get done. We were just in a unique situation that allowed us to do that. But so I don't have a big ask, just help us communicate the value of this and help the previous presenters. They have some really big issues. There's a few people have winter wheat problem with antelope, and a few neighbors here that have elk problems because they have more suitable habitat than I do. But, we all need to work together to create some winnable solutions for everybody. So considering how far we are with time behind in time, I will pass it on to the next one. Thank you for your opportunities.
Great. Thank you so much, Leo. Appreciate that perspective. And I think just amplifies what Bart was saying about how different each of you are as landowners. You're in different parts of the state. You have different needs, interests, challenges. That diversity still does, you know, the thing that holds you in common is what you're talking about with this communications, that regardless of where you are, the value of working lands to that landscape is critical. Telling that story is critical. I'm glad that Jason's recording this today, because I think in some ways you guys are being terrific spokespeople for the kind of stewardship you provide to our lands and communicating that to different communities, whether it's the hunting community or the tourism community or someone else. So really appreciate your thoughts. We've got one priority landscape left, and that's Northwest Montana, also known as the heart of the Salish, and two folks representing that landscape, Dale Becker and Paul McKenzie. A couple of different perspectives to bring forward here. I'm going to ask Dale Becker, if you're with us, if you'd be willing to go next.
Sure.
There you are. Good.
Can you cue up the slides that I sent to you?
Yeah, let me get those going for you, Dale.
Okay. I'll go ahead and start. I come from a bit of a different perspective, I suppose, than the previous speakers, in that I'm a government employee. Although I grew up in a small farm, western Iowa, and during the past 40 years, well, almost 50 years, I've been in Montana, and I pretty much worked rural areas and various jobs and projects from Ekalaka to here in Polson. For the last 35 years, I've worked for the Confederated Salish and Kootenai tribes, 30 of those as their wildlife program manager. And so my remarks today will kind of discuss a bit of what we do in our program as far as outreach to local landowners and some of the things we deal with and conflicts that we work on, things like that. So if you look at this map, it's maybe out there, it's not that interesting to me. It's been a fascinating landscape to work on. The reservation within that boundary was created in 1855 by the Treaty of Hellgate for the exclusive use of the tribes, the Salish, the Kootenai, and the Upper Pend Oreille. Things went okay for a few years, and then the demand for land by settlers caused the creation of the Indian Allotment Act, and the tribes were forced to go along with allotting lands to individual tribal members, and then the rest was thrown open for homesteading in the early 1900s. So this is the landscape today. It's a land ownership map. The green lands are lands that are held in trust by the federal government for the tribes. If we had a larger slide, you'd see some of the smaller colorations. There are some yellows, kind of yellow-orange spots that are allotted lands, some of the original allotments. National Bison Range is the big purple spot. There are a couple of other wildlife refuges, irrigation lands, and most of the cream-colored properties are fee lands that are either owned by non-tribal members or by tribal members. So all told, within that area, there's about 1.34 million acres. Like I mentioned, multiple landowners. A real diversity of habitats go all the way from alpine meadows on the top of the Mission Mountains in the tribal wilderness area down to sagebrush grasslands on the west side. Tremendous abundance of resources, wildlife, habitat, you name it. But it's an interesting area biopolitically or politically. You still have an ongoing and continuing clash of cultures between tribal and non-tribal interests. Jurisdictional issues are always on the griddle, so on one way or another. Tribal population's a minority, only about a fourth or less of the population of this land base. Of course, there are different values. Land issues of all kinds are out there. Fish and wildlife management is an issue. The big thing's been on the table the last few years and is being considered in Congress now is the finalization and approval of a water rights compact based on the tribe's treaty language for water rights. So that just gives you a bit of a quick and dirty look at the landscape that I work in. And like I say, it's sometimes a headache, but most of the time fascinating and kind of an exhilarating thing to work with. I just click on the next slide, Sean. Okay. I'm going to talk about a couple of areas that kind of get into the migration issue. A number of the speakers have already talked about wildlife conflicts, and we deal with those all the time here. Be they bears, well-managed or not so well-managed livestock, wolves, ungulate populations. Basically, the need to try to figure out ways on a larger scale, but also on a case-by-case scale of how we fit a growing population that we have here in the Mission Valley and on the reservation with the wildlife that we have and that we all cherish and all enjoy. And so it's a constant thing. It's a moving target. There's no one size fits all. And so from day one, when I began managing the program, whether it's coming from a rural background and having dealt with a number of rural folks over the years, our philosophy basically has been, and the council has approved the philosophy that, yeah, if we claim the wildlife as tribal resources, we have to be good neighbors and work with our neighbors and assist them and try to figure out solutions when we have these conflicts. So we aim for a very rapid response when we get a call. We're usually out there right away. If there's a documentation needed for livestock loss, we want to see that carcass fresh as possible and make as accurate a determination as possible. We work closely with our local wildlife services agent, and my staff pretty much works seamlessly with him. He's been here long term, and my staff have too, and so it's just a smooth, well-working team. And so that's one of the conflicts that's more direct, I suppose, for ag producers that we deal with. There's some of those types of things. We also deal with things like badgers under someone's foundation or skunks in the chicken house or you name it. Geese in the hay or geese in the grain fields. We work on all those kind of things. And we just view it as part of our job, part of the responsibility that we take on in managing wildlife. And so the frustrating thing is it gets to be a bigger chunk of our work days every year. It's interesting to note that a lot of the producers and landowners that we deal with who've been here long term figured out ways to live and survive and work well with wildlife. And with a few blips here and there that we go out and work with them on, they figured out how to do things right as far as boneyards, garbage, fencing, things like that, and which has been very encouraging. But as I said, we're seeing tremendous growth here in Western Montana in the valleys. I think all the way from the big hole clear to the Canadian border. And we're no exception here. And so, you know, every year we deal with new folks. They're not bad folks or anything like that, that have had a grizzly bear, for instance, get in their chicken coop, which is woefully inadequate for a chicken coop here. And we start talking about, you know, what the situation is. They have no clue that they've had grizzly bears that live here next door to them, in the tribal wilderness a half-mile away. So we're dealing with that. And so, you know, we enjoy working with people and we enjoy trying to help people with problems. But at the same time, that job's never done. You don't ever reach the end point and then you cruise. So it's an ongoing thing. So to understand some of that, we have to understand our resources. Could I have the next slide, Sean? I mentioned grizzly bears. So if you know the country, or if you don't, you come up from Missoula here, up through Evero, Arlee, and then out in the Mission Valley, National Bison Range is here, and you head up toward Polson. This is a 90,000 acre tribal wilderness area where it's primary habitat for our grizzly bear population. And all of this is that cream-colored, some of that cream-colored farmland that I talked about in the land ownership slide. So the mission front here is Grizzly Bear Central. From about mid-April through yesterday even, we have grizzly bears still active down along the front here. And in recent years, we've seen movements out into these other areas, down toward the 9 Mile area. The draw over in some of, well, in a couple places here and a couple places to the west where those orange spots are, really been center pivots. There are several dairies in the valley, and those guys have started using center pivots to raise corn to strop for silage for their cattle. And grizzly bears are drawing clear across the valley to those cornfields. And so if you fly over some of those areas in August, it looks like the Martians have dropped in and left crop circles. Bears just go out there and camp. So we've worked with people and carnivores and defenders of wildlife over the years, you know, and we continue to work with them to try to develop grizzly bear excluding fences on other devices to help them out with that and try to figure out solutions, you know, so that there again, as grizzly bears move out farther away from the missions, the mission range, we can work with people and get them used to a few different operational changes that are possible that we can have coexistence out in those areas also. Next slide. We're talking quite a bit about migration movements here. This is a operation we did a few years ago. We wanted to do a telemetry project on elk for about 30 years, and we're finally able to secure some funding to do it. And we radioed 30 elk within the boundary of the reservation. Quite a number of them moved to the southeast over into toward the Ovando country, kind of Clearwater Junction country. Some of them were just stable on their ranges year round, but then there are a few up in the northern end of the reservation that really showed us some interesting stuff. These ones in red and green, and there's another one's kind of obscured with the yellow locations, went as far as Trigo, halfway to the Canadian border. These are cows, and That's why they had their calves, and then they would come back and winter on the north side of the reservation. So we lent support to 3 or 4 large conservation easements that Fish Wildlife Parks was working on west of Kalispell and continues to work on, and a current one that Fish and Wildlife Service is working on. On some of the former Plum Creek lands, now former Weyerhaeuser lands, and with new owners, to secure some of that habitat to prevent subdivision in those areas that are such key big game and other wildlife habitats. So, you know, this project, you know, finally brought some fruit to it that, you know, relates not only to the reservation, but also relates back to Aboriginal lands that the tribes occupied throughout Western Montana in the pre-treaty days. Next slide, please, which is the last one. There's been a bit of talk about wildlife crossings. I have to nudge my colleagues at Fish, Wildlife and Parks. Welcome to the club, finally. We started working on wildlife crossing issues with Highway 93 back in the early 1990s. And it's been a long process. First year was a fair amount of fist fights. Oh, not really, you know, more verbally debating. And just try to figure out what would work and in what areas it would work. And so in 2000, we signed a unique three-party agreement, three-government agreement between the tribes, federal highways, and MDOT to put some of these designs on the ground. And you see some of them here. The one in the upper right gives you a feel for wildlife fencing at a wildlife crossing near the town of Ravalli. There's what looks like a brick wall there, which is a wildlife jump out. And it's in an area that's heavily used by deer and also bears. We have one overcrossing just north of Evero, about 15 miles north of Missoula, that you pass through and maybe wonder, if you don't live here, what the heck is that thing? Heavily used by a whole variety of species. And then some of the others, there are some smaller culverts and some larger bridges that replace smaller inadequate bridges that were there. As I say, it was kind of a long process. It's ongoing because really the most key, and I think the most environmentally sensitive area is yet to be built. And it's an area where we've seen 18 grizzly bears hit on the road, plus numerous deer and other species south of Ronan, between Ronan and St. Ignatius. And so that part is waiting to go to design, and there are a number of features there. But in a big project like this, it's really encouraging, even though it's long-term and frustrating, that you can get to an end point and you can do some good things for wildlife. You can enhance permeability of this increasingly busy highway system, and still get a road that my kids, and I expect my grandkids here in a few years after I'm down the road, will be able to drive and be much safer than they would otherwise. So there's just a few examples. I could have talked about a whole myriad of things that we've worked on. But the thing that we try to do here, and I think Fish, Wildlife and Parks and most federal agencies or state agencies try to do it, information outreach is just key, especially like I mentioned to, you know, the new folks moving in, but also old timers like myself, you know, who need to learn some new things once in a while. Responding to people's concerns, you know, is very important. And you spend time. It's not something you just go out one day and you have a chat and then everything's hunky dory. You go out and you sit there for an hour and a half having coffee, even if you're like me and you don't like coffee, and you get to know people and talk about your grandkids and your kids and a lot of other things they've seen, and you develop that relationship. You listen and you communicate and you debate. That's fine. But over the years, you maintain those contacts and that communication. You go back and revisit those folks. And we've developed good relationships with some folks who have had long-term, I mean decade-long disagreements with the tribes on various things. And yet, we're welcome in their home, and we got things done, and we continue to. So I think those things are important. As far as some of the challenges, I think I've talked about most of them already. Even though this landscape is fantastic, as I mentioned, it gets busier all the time. Whether it's traffic, new construction, building, new folks moving in that have now got their little piece of paradise, but aren't really sure what's on it until they find out maybe the difficult way. And underlying all that, I think we've got, as you see on the news every night or talk to anyone, we got some terribly difficult divisions within the country. And, we have to start working on that. People are too willing to blow off and let their short tempers get the best of them. Which just creates a whole new set of conflicts. So, and I think we have to work together on those things that we agree on and not be ruled by the extremists on and their viewpoints on either end of the spectrum. And that's what we've tried to do here with our program, and I think it has worked well for us, and that's kind of how we operate. So I'll stop and leave it at that. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dale. Appreciate that perspective and preparing those slides ahead of time. We've got one more presenter here, Paul McKenzie from Stoltz Timber, and I just want to jump in right before he starts and say that I think for me, we weren't sure exactly how this was going to play out, but the most important thing was that we had a chance to listen to landowners for this discussion. And I just can't thank these guys enough for being so thoughtful and sharing really what the world looks like through their lens, from their perspective, day to day, the challenges they're facing, the opportunities they see, how much they're already partnering and being proactive and problem solving to address their needs and thinking long term. So this has been really fantastic. Maybe not exactly how we thought it would play out, but I've really appreciated it. So Paul, I'm going to turn it over to you to kind of clean up here for the discussion to kick things off, and then I'm going to turn it back to the council here to see how we want to proceed from there. So Paul.
Thanks, Sean. I really appreciate your folks' time and patience this morning. I'm going to take us a little different tact on this topic. You've heard a lot from the hands-on landowners. So I work for a company called F.H. Stoltz Land and Lumber Company. We're a 108-year-old family-owned timber company. We've been operating in Montana since the turn of the last century. We own about 40,000 acres of timberland in the Flathead Valley, so just the landscape north of where Dale was just talking about on the reservation. And I'm not going to talk a lot about our company or our company lands, but I want to talk about the landscape, because I don't think there's a landscape in Montana that's probably going through the amount of change that ours is within the last 18 months, quite honestly. And Dale alluded it to a little bit, but different world over here. We're looking at counties that are 70+% public lands, mostly managed by the federal government, Forest Service for the most part, some park, what have you. So we have a fairly small footprint of private lands. From a wildlife standpoint, we look at these timberlands that are in the valley bottoms, and they're extremely important for wildlife in a variety of reasons. Obviously, migration being one of them, provides a lot of winter range. And traditionally, the majority of those forest lands, in this area have been owned by, for lack of a better term, industrial forest landowners. We have, a large acres, roughly 1 million acres in Northwest Montana that were originally classified as industrial landowners. And you guys know the history, railroad lands on through, but those lands have primarily been managed for, sustainable production of wood products. In the last decade and a half, we've seen the ownership of that land switch hands. And that provides some huge challenges for us moving ahead, and where a group like this really is going to be key to preserving a lot of the benefits of those lands in the changing dynamics of what we have going ahead. We work a lot with private landowners and public landowners for that matter. Only about 15% of what we need to run our sawmill comes off of our own lands. And so we're heavily engaged with forest managers of all owner types and all types of objectives out there. At the same time, these changes that we've seen in the last year, so most everyone on the screen is probably familiar with the fact that there's been 660,000 acres of timberland that was formerly owned by Weyerhaeuser that has been transferred in ownership to a company called Southern Pine Plantations. And in that ownership continues to change. Sometimes I have to wrap my head around what 660,000 acres looks like. That's 1,000 square miles. That's a huge landscape, and what the future of that land is, none of us really know. There's some talk that there's about half of it that might continue to be in some kind of a forest management ownership, and we hope that continues to be the case. But there's another 300,000 acres that we really don't know, and we know one thing for sure, that's going to look different than it looked in the past. And so some of the tools that I think we need to develop in this area in order to maintain the wildlife values that we have on these lands are pretty important. One of the tools that's been used extensively in the past 2 decades is the use of conservation easements at various scales, everything from we have easements on our property that range from 1,000 to 7,000 acres in size. And one of the important parts of that is that these easements are not donated easements, because that doesn't really work for the majority of landowners in Montana. We have to be able to recover some value if we're going to be able to enter into an agreement that a conservation easement agreement that's removes the development opportunities of those lands. The second half of that is that we have to have the infrastructure in place to allow the working landscapes that these easements protect to persist. Especially in timberlands, if you don't have a sawmill, managing timberlands is kind of a dead end street, quite honestly, right? And so it's not just sawmills, it's the loggers, it's the truckers, it's the tree planters, it's the people that do the thinning and the road maintenance and construction. So that infrastructure, and that extends also to the agricultural community as well. I mean, the Flathead Valley, we have a very active group of folks that are trying to figure out how to maintain the agricultural component of the valley bottom. But once again, they have to have the infrastructure. But they also have to have the tolerance too of the neighbors to allow us to do our business, right? It's hard enough to manage your timberland or to manage your agricultural land, to meet all the economic and other constraints that we have going, but then also have your neighbors start complaining about the dust or the fact that your machinery is starting up at 6 o'clock in the morning and they want you to wait till 8. It's just, those things are challenges. And so really the migration challenges we have in our area is a human migration issue. I think we're going to see a lot more fragmentation of our timberlands. I think at least a portion of these timberlands is going to be sold off in relatively large blocks. We're talking 160, 320 acre pieces to folks that really have no idea what they have. They might have a hunting cabin on it, they might have a home on it, but so we're going to have some portion of this landscape that's going to change the way it looks pretty quickly, and that's going to require a new set of tools. And a lot of what we heard about today was communication. We are not equipped in Northwest Montana to deal with a whole bunch of new landowners that have 160 acres of timberland. We just don't have the infrastructure in place. We don't have the service foresters. We don't have the wildlife biologists. We don't have that infrastructure in place. So looking ahead and planning for how are we gonna set ourselves up for success into the future. I can't even imagine trying to be a wildlife biologist and looking at this coming down the road at us and kind of wondering, we have two, for the whole northwest part of the state, and it's been relatively simple because they haven't had a lot of large landowners to deal with, so they had, on the timberland side, you had Weyerhaeuser, you had Stoltz, you had state school trust lands and Forest Service, right? So you're talking with 4 or 5 major landowners that have a lot of influence over a big footprint. Well, that is going to change. Even if we end up with 3 or 4 new timberland investors, those are new relationships that have to be developed. And that's going to take capacity. And so that's going to require some support for the agency, staffing and budget and what have you. So that's going to be incredibly important. Likewise, if we continue to use the tool of conservation easements, that's going to require support for things like land and water conservation funding. And so there's a lot of challenges out there. They're a little bit different scale, but I think that a group like this can serve a real role in helping bridge that gap between a new set of landowners and a new set of challenges that we have coming down the road. So I guess it's in summary here, because it's been a long morning and I don't want to drive you guys into lunch. I think if we can support the traditional economies of our area, whether that be timber management or agriculture or what have you, I think that's important. And that's a messaging tool, right? It's talking about it when we're at the school board meeting or whatever, talking about how, yes, the forest management industry is still important to our community and should be, embraced and perpetuated there. Same thing with our agricultural communities. I think we need to maintain a set of tools that are non-regulatory and in effect, one of the biggest concerns as a landowner is that somebody's going to take my rights away from me through regulation, right? Zoning is not a great term for for somebody like me as a large landowner when people are trying to exert their desires on our land through regulation. So those kinds of things make us nervous. So how do we develop a set of non-regulatory tools to keep these working lands working? And then lastly, it's going to be a tool of education. It's education both for the new landowners and for the neighbors. We talk a lot about in the past about the code of the West. We've talked about that. How do we have tolerance and acceptance of traditional land uses and the pros and cons that come along with them. So I think a group like this can talk about wildlife conflict, traditional land uses, and the overall benefit of why we do these things to keep Montana the way we all enjoy it to be. So just a different set of challenges. I could go on about white-tailed deer predation on my seedlings. I promised Cole I wouldn't talk about grizzly bears, but man, grizzly bears and in predators and that kind of stuff, man, that's a huge concern for ours, because guess what? What does wildlife attract? It attracts people. Most of these lands traditionally have open lands policies on them. We allow public recreation use on our land. We have block management. And with that come all the challenges that the other landowners talked about as well. So with that, I'm going to wrap up. I'd love to hear your perspective and answer any questions that you might have. Thanks for the opportunity to talk with you all this morning.
Great. Thank you so much, Paul. And thanks again to all the landowners who have been with us this morning, sharing their thoughts, their perspectives. You can imagine that there are many, many more voices just like this throughout the state who are dealing with, this question of how do you maintain that viability so that you can really take care of the land and take care of the wildlife that are on that land, take care of your family. I think some of the things that were shared today really brought forward all those different pieces. And Paul here really brought it home, thinking about how all these systems are just connected to each other. We really can't talk about the social, the ecological, or the economic separate from each other. And how do we bring all those different threads together? I'm just looking at the time here and wanting to make sure that we leave space for questions. I know that there's time after lunch for another discussion between the panelists and the council members. I guess what I'm really struck with, just before I open it up for thoughts or how you all want to proceed here, is that the question Cole presented at the beginning: how do we better support all these folks, these landowners, and the benefits they provide? I think we heard a lot. We heard a lot of different perspectives of things that are already happening, some needs that are unmet, some challenges for the future, things that are on the horizon. We thought maybe a little bit more back and forth might be the way to engage in this, but I actually thought this was maybe the most important way we could have proceeded. Asking someone to just spend 5, 10, 15 minutes sharing their perspective, articulating their needs, how they see the world on a day-to-day basis is really instructive and really rare to be able to get that time. So I just want to thank the landowners again for sharing that perspective. And it actually reminds me of one of the conversations I had with Martha Williams about a year ago, just on how do you bring people together around complicated issues. And she said she'd been in the airport in Minneapolis or something like that, and had picked up a Harvard Business Review article on collaboration and working together on complex issues. And the key takeaway from that was just that it starts with listening and really understanding and meeting people where they are. And I think we've really gotten a sense of what some of those needs are, and really enjoyed the opportunity to listen to those perspectives this morning. I'll turn to maybe Cole and Jason here to ask how you'd like to proceed. Do we want to take a lunch break here? It's noon, and come back in a half hour and engage in conversation, or do you want to open it up to any initial discussion just now?
Yeah, Sean, I'd open to other thoughts here too, but I want to just be being respectful of landowner panelists' time. I'm wondering if it makes sense to allow questions like Jason had suggested over email, maybe taking the next half hour for questions from council to panelists, so that any panelists that need to, and then break for lunch at 12:30, so that any panelists that need to go can. Does that work for you, Jason? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's fine with me. I know, like I said, many of them have other things they need to get to, and I appreciate all the landowners willing to provide their perspectives. I wrote down, I don't know, about 8 common themes I think I heard throughout the presentations from the landowners that we can revisit, but I wanted to give PLPW council members the chance to interact with the panelists and respect their time as well. So I think let's try that. Let's go till 12:30, and then we'll break for a half hour, come back at 1 and talk about just those common themes that we heard and solutions that would be practical for implementation.
Jason, this is Rich Stuker. If I could make a comment now, something did come up here in the last 10 minutes on the ranch that I'm going to have to deal with. So I may not get back on, but I would like to thank the landowners, but also make a couple of comments as a commissioner, if I could. My term expires in January, and for the 8 years, I've tried to stay non-political because I did not think that was the commissioner's job. What I may say here may sound political, but I'm trying to keep it from that. A couple of things. I think in the last 10 years, 18 years, the department and the landowners have started to work a little bit together, more together. Because I went back and read a 2002 EA on the grizzly bear recovery, and a couple of things in there were pretty tough to stomach as a rancher. One of them was, we know that the recovery of the grizzly bear is going to affect a few individual ranches, but it's not going to affect the overall agricultural committee or community. So we're not going to worry about those individuals. Well, to me, that individual out there that's affecting, you really got to worry about him. And that's where the department and everybody else needs to work with the landowners. 40, 50 years ago, we did not have the abundance of wildlife we have now. And it was easier for landowners to deal with those situations. But as we continue moving forward, the abundance in certain areas, diseases and stuff we're talking about, make it tougher for the landowner out there, particularly the rancher or farmer. You can have landowners, but even as Paul said, the abundance of wildlife sometimes causes him problems. But we have to deal with those. And where I'm kind of going is, in the 8 years that I've served on the commission, the PLPW is, and this is my 4th term on it, as representing the commission, has been the one board or council that has had a number of landowners on it. A lot of the other ones that I served on, and I served with Ed Beal, and I got to give him kudos. He was great in always looking at the sportsman and landowner side of it. But a lot of times, Jay Bodner and I were the only landowners on those committees. And we need to get more of you guys involved. And this is where it may sound political, and I hope it doesn't. On the commission, there's 5 people. Only one, it says at least one, but I don't think there's ever been more than one. And this law was just put in, or statute, I think only about 10 years ago, because I was told an individual before me that was considered the ag rep actually worked in town, but drove grain truck at his family ranch during harvest. And that was it. Just a second. And they've changed the statute to say that at least one commissioner had to own at least 2,500 acres and be actively involved in the breeding of domestic livestock. Now, you have one there out of 5. The other 4 commissioners represent sportsmen, and they also work towards the landowners. But when you look at some of the things that we've worked on, like shoulder seasons and whatnot, it's a hard pull to get enough of the others to put in the things that are required, in my mind, to deal with the objective levels on elk and other things. So where I'm going with this is, I hope that those individuals that are here today, you talk to others, and I think it's somewhere around 62% of the private lands out there are where most of the wildlife are. And it might be that you work with your senators and representatives to try to get maybe that changed to at least 2 of the 5, because we do have a lot more conflicts than we did 50 years ago, where the commission was basically just dealing with wildlife and not as much conflict as we have now. And to me, if we cannot work with the landowners to get the access we need for the hunting harvest we need, and also keep those family farms and ranches in the families rather than into large corporations, I think access is going to go away in the future. So as I said, I hope that doesn't sound too political, but I hope that you guys will work with your legislators and with the changing environment out there, possibly try to change that statute. And as I said, the situation came up and I'm going to have to sign off, so I apologize. But again, I'd like to thank all the landowners. And again, as I said earlier, this board has been a tremendous pleasure to work with, or I wouldn't have stayed on it for 4 terms. Somebody else from the commission would have been over here. So you guys take care, and hope I'll be back on the 7th. So have a good rest of the meeting, and thank you.
Thank you for that feedback, Commissioner Stuker. Appreciate it. And your time this morning.
Yeah, thanks so much. Really glad he's able to share those thoughts with us before he had to jump off. So we're going to take this till 12:30 now, and just an opportunity for the council to respond to anything that they heard from the landowners. Does anyone want to jump in?
Sean, we do have, I think we've got Representative Logie would like to make a comment if I can get it done right.
Okay.
Logie, been unmuted. You'll have to unmute your phone.
Representative Logie, can you hear us?
Looks like he can, but
can't hear him just now.
Yeah, his end is still muted. I'm not sure why that is. I know you mentioned he'll jump back on after lunch, so maybe we'll go to him after lunch, hopefully.
Okay, that sounds good. And I see a couple of folks have taken themselves off mute, so I'm going to call on Ed Bukowski, if you have a question, to go ahead.
Well, what I'd like to comment on is the lady of Driscoll up the Paradise Valley. I'm on the elk cattle brucellosis committee. And what some of those people are talking about, the lack of aggressive pursuit of solution of problems sometimes is very real. One of the things sitting on the elk cattle brucellosis committee that came up early on, and I've been on there for, I don't know, 7, 8 years, I don't know, quite a long while. When 9/11 occurred, the brucellosis research was terminated. The vets that are on our committee said that if the big universities could get going on the elk cattle brucellosis vaccine again, improving it, because right now it's only about 50-55% effective. They said if the cattle effectiveness got to 85%, the Fish and Game Department doesn't care about the elk problem, because they've had cows that are collared in our discussion that dropped the calves. One year they were brucellosis positive, the next year the same cow dropped calf and it's come good. So if they get the cattle and get the university's research going, because I guess it's a very, very dangerous bacteria or research, the brucellosis problem in the people in the Paradise Valley may have some relief in some of their problems, but like I said, the government's got to get off their dead butt and get going. The other thing that I guess I would say is some of these people that basically are dealing with problems and creating problems don't have a clue what's going on out in the rural capacity of America, and particularly Montana. And as the joke goes, maybe a wolf or two needs to be put in Central Park, and I'll shut up for that.
Great, thanks for sharing those thoughts, Ed. Appreciate it. We've got a couple other people, it looks like, want to jump in here too.
John, I was going to let you know Representative Logi's back on the meeting now. So go ahead, Denley.
Thank you. I did hear most of the landowners on the phone. I had to go load a load of hay, but I'm back now online too, but I was listening on the phone as much as I could. And I appreciated the perspective that Paul had from Stoltz Lumber. Western Montana, we have all that public land and we have a lot of timberland. And one of the things, the grizzly bears are actually affecting a lot of what's happening on timber sales. And I'm not sure people are aware of how much impact that can have. I'm one of Western Montana, everybody's a small landowner, but I have some timberland as well. And I've talked about the fact of the timber can't be managed on the small landscape if you don't have a mill to help take that timber to. So the private sector, there's an economic impact if the grizzly bears shut down a lot of logging. I know we've got to try and interact and do things correctly, but some of the rules that come up with the grizzly bear have a pretty good impact on the small landowner that has timber and the big timber companies as well. So it's not all the impact that you get off the public lands, because that has an overflow impact on the private lands. And then I also wanted to comment on Rich Stucker's comments. I heard what he said, and I think maybe he's got a good point there that the ag community maybe needs a little stronger input on that, on the commissioners. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Representative Logie. Senator Ankney, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I would. And I also would like to thank the landowners. Every time we've had a panel of landowners present to us on the PLPW, it's been very valuable information that we gained from these folks. And a little bit on what those folks from the Paradise Valley was talking about. I've sat on the Finance and Claims and Appropriations subcommittee that covers the agriculture, livestock, FWP, and DNRC. Anyway, this brucellosis in research and identification, I've been in there, this will be my 16th year. And it was an issue that on the very first year. And I don't think there's a lot of progress being made as far as the exposure of this livestock to brucellosis. And a lot of it has to do with federal government and their participation in these programs. The other thing is this livestock depredation. There's only a limited amount of money. Like the one guy said, the cost of the individual animal is minimal to what the overall cost to these ranchers and is overall. And there has to be something done about increasing this depredation funding and however we do it. But it seems funny that almost 16 years, the same problem exist year after year, and a lot of it has to do with our federal agencies coordinating their efforts with our state agencies. So it's not a problem that we don't take very seriously at a state level, but it's something's got to be done, and it just ain't getting done. So I don't know what the answer is, but we'll keep working on it. And but thanks again to the panel for being on here. Very valuable information. I enjoyed every bit of it, and I don't enjoy Zoom usually. So thank you.
Well, that's a success just on its own there, if you've made Zoom enjoyable for Senator Ankney. So good job, landowners. The next person who it looks like would like to jump in is Ed Beal. Did you have a question or comment?
Yeah. Don't really know where to start. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of information here. So where I will start is Dwayne had mentioned that we've had meetings with landowners in the past. And one of the differences right here, I'm hopeful for, this is recorded. We failed to record one meeting that was pretty impactful and important. And so Jason and the rest of us, this is going to fall on us to be communicating this further into the next administration as we find ourselves there now. So I think it's great it's recorded. So what? So now we have to do something with it and figure out how to be proactive and productive so we don't end up with what Bart was talking about, a slow pace and poor implementation. And when I listen to each of you and I look at the on-the-ground problems in the various regions, I look at the fish and game management regions, there's 7, there's 5 commissioners, there's citizens councils. I think there's a lot lost. And so how we bring all this together in the future in the structure, at least on FWP's part, I think we really need to revision how that communication can happen and action can happen more quickly. So I'm positive about it, but I'm also skeptical because what I've seen on PLPW, we've had 3 transitions with leadership, within the time I've been on it. And so when that happens, all of this data can be lost pretty quickly in the transition of the team members that have to implement the work. So I just want to say that and make sure that, because this council, technically, we're all done in July. Who knows who'll be on it and how that'll work out. So in that regard, Jason, you've got this history recorded. And I think each of you landowners, I really appreciate your effort because, I'm at work today too, but you're sitting here taking time away from critical things, and we've seen a few of you have to go off and do it. This is what it takes really to make something happen, and I am hopeful that it can happen. So somehow I think we have to look at the regional needs. It's like Leo was saying he was embarrassed about his minor problems in his mind compared to, what we heard with Druska. I mean, I could hear your impassioned stress, and it was different than Jeff's. Jeff's was like listening to these potential technology solutions specific to certain needs. Andruska has this generational reality that's coming apart and is very, very difficult. And, you know, Dale and Dale Becker and let's see, who was it from the lumber company?
Oh, Paul McKenzie from Stoltz.
Yeah. You know, looking at the rapidity of the change, you know, if you look at the Paradise Valley, you know, and you don't have a landowner group working with all that going on there, with the quick change, the federal impact, the Yellowstone Park impact, you know, the Blackfoot Challenge has dealt with theirs in their vicinity with different issues. You know, clearly these have to happen and happen quickly, but prudently for, you know, the implementation that each of you need. So, yeah, it's a lot for me to swallow right there. So I'm sorry for rambling, but I mean, it's really critical work I see for each of you and for the state to be able to come together in communicating this need to the recreational public, you know, to the landowners, to the NGOs, to everybody that needs to be involved to understand why these things need to happen in each of the regions and in different ways, you know. Very different with antelope on the prairie and wolves and bears and elk in Paradise Valley and land changes in northwestern Montana. Huge regional changes and differences. So thank you all for taking this time, and hopefully we've captured it in a way we can go forward with some implementation that will be beneficial.
Great. Thank you, Ed, for that summary. That was impressive how you were able to capture some of the key takeaways from the presentations, but also translate that into what that might mean for PLPW moving forward and for FWP moving forward. So really appreciate that thought and perspective. Other council members like to weigh in? Dale, Lee, Cindy, anyone else? Good. Any questions from the landowners back to the council members? Anything that you heard along the way that you want to make sure gets put out there? Oh, Lee, it looks like you're coming forward here. Did you have a question or comment?
I don't hope everybody can hear me. I'm not very good at this computer stuff, but I was on the Board of Livestock when the bison wars were going on in Yellowstone Park at the beginning of the brucellosis, and it hasn't really changed since '96. Only we went from a statewide brucellosis designation to a designated surveillance area, which just keeps getting bigger. I think the cooperation, at least what I've seen between Fish, Wildlife, and Parks and the Department of Livestock and state government has improved in that time period, and I think we're gaining. But it's like somebody else said, it's glacial the way it happens, and so I think if we can keep working on this and keep talking, and it'll keep getting better. But we need to make some incremental steps somehow or other. I think the federal government, most of what's wrong with brucellosis is not that it's transmissible to humans. It's undulant fever in humans, and it's transmissible to humans. So when the federal government undertook in the 30s to eradicate brucellosis, it's ironic that the only place there is any is in the centerpiece of the greatest national park in America, and there's no way to get rid of it that anybody can envision. But I think the APHIS and the different federal parts of things are looking at changing the way that it's managed, not as a scorched earth kind of a kill everything that gets it like foot and mouth disease, but try to manage it in a different way. And hopefully the way it's working now is we're putting all of the pressure on the people that have to live next to that provide the open space, and we're beating up our buddies, you know, the people that live there in the Paradise Valley that didn't subdivide and kept all their stuff. And if we could figure out a way to handle that somehow on a multi-linear way somehow to go forward with it, it isn't going to happen in 5 minutes. And so I think it's getting better. Fish, Wildlife and Parks and the Forest Service and everybody with the bison agreement in the late 90s during the Roscoe administration all had an opportunity or had a responsibility to weigh in on the problem of it. And I think it's getting better. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Lee, for sharing those thoughts and bringing that perspective forward. It's good to hear that you think things are getting better. Jessica, it looks like you wanted to jump in. Go
I did for just a second. So part of the problem is that Brucella abortus is on the Homeland Security Bioterrorist list, and that's why research doesn't happen with it. They've been petitioned many, many times to remove it from the list. And I think they made a minor alteration to it this time around, where there is some outdoor research that can be done with Brucella now. So that's one of the holdups on getting a vaccine that's any better. I also think you're going to have trouble finding a research and development portion of a pharmaceutical company that's going to spend the millions to develop a vaccine for use in such a small area. It's critical to us, but in the global world, not so much. And I also wanted to say that, well, it moves at a snail's pace. I appreciate that it has moved forward some, but we have a long way to go because people don't understand all of the intricacies of brucellosis and what it does to the cattle and to the producers. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is that as far as Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is concerned, and this is getting better too, I think, but one of the worst things you can do when a landowner is looking for a solution is to just look them in the eye and say, no, we can't do that. People need to think out of the box. They need to be flexible. They need to think about an alternative instead of just closing off the discussion with a, oh, we can't do that. It just stops progress in its tracks.
Great. Thank you, Jessica, for bringing that perspective forward and just sharing from, just that real challenge that we've got a critical issue, an acute issue that's affecting a segment of the population that is where the challenge is really so outsized that we need to be thinking creatively. We need to be thinking about what each of the different interests can bring forward. And yeah, it's going to be a challenge, I think, like you said, to bring the pharmaceuticals forward when it seems like such a small segment of the global population. Good. Other questions or comments from council members or any of the landowners? Any thoughts you want to bring forward? All right, Cole, I'm going to look to you to see if there's anything that you wanted to make sure we got on the table here before we take a break for lunch.
Yeah. First of all, I saw Bryce Bart really quickly get off mute there. So I want to just see, Bart, were you want to provide a little input there? Did I?
Yeah, I just, I don't know if to follow up on what Jessica was talking about, where I think progress is going to happen no matter what. It's just who chooses to be a part of it. And in agriculture, it's a business of very, very small margins. And to keep these working lands working, we're going to have to find solutions to maintain those margins, and we will, to stay on the land. And I think the opportunity here is for the FWP, PLPW, these people to participate in it and understand the values that are there. But if the pace isn't picked up, or if landowners are told that they can't do this, just from seeing different states move through things, progress will continue, and it may not be the way the general public would so choose in certain ways, but I think progress will continue.
Thanks, Bart. I wanted to say that, of course, the panelists are welcome to join for the afternoon, and definitely encourage that if you want to. We just wanted to respect the time and make sure we had a little bit of time for your feedback here. If you have to go, I'll certainly understand that. If you can stay, I think there's some more productive discussion that will continue this afternoon. So thanks for the time you've already given. And I'll look forward to Sean. We'll be back and Jason will be back at 1. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yep. We had somebody that was going to comment over the phone, but they just dropped off. So go ahead and we'll break for lunch until 1. As it's been mentioned, thank you again for all of your time this morning, the thoughts and feedback. Like I mentioned, it's a personal impact for me. Do have some family ranching experience, but I don't have to deal with it in the direct relationship that many of you do. So I appreciate your time this morning, appreciate your effort. And thank you to Sean also. I know Sean's got to drop off. So we'll be reconvening here back at 1. You can leave your computers running, just turn your camera and mic off, and we'll keep the recording going. But we'll be back at 1 o'clock. And again, thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, all.
Thank you, everyone.
Hey, Ed Beal, congrats on your appointment, by the way. Did you get my email?
I did. I meant to respond and I got so tied up in all the other stuff going on. I thought about it when we got on today. I said, man, I never responded to Ed. So
Yeah,
thank
I
you.
figured you'd be on today. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
yeah. Glad for you.
Well, it's interesting. It's been
It
intense
will
for a
be.
little while.
It will be. Yes.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
luck with it.
Thank you very much.
.00. I think we'll give folks a couple more minutes and we'll get rolling.
New York steaks tonight, Cole.
Good stuff. I'm aiming to get people's beef consumption back around, 100 pounds a month at least.
I'm at least 100 pounds a month between the two animals that eat your grass.
Got to start nudging that per capita beef consumption back up just as much as we can each.
Absolutely. Maybe you can make a beef flavored ice cream.
I got to figure out how to make it some kind of a beer out of it to get beer margins.
Ooh.
But yeah, maybe the bone broth is the key.
That's it. That's it. Except it doesn't take much beef for bone broth. Good to see you, Paul. I haven't talked to you since all this.
Good to see you as well. It's been a while.
Yeah, you're looking a little fuzzier.
The winter look.
Good for you. Yeah, I can't get this blue glare off. I think it's the camera.
Spider-Man or something.
What is it?
The superhero or something.
Yeah. I could see the blue.
Ed, at least you didn't say anything derogatory about the fuzzy part.
Nothing derogatory. You're just preparing for Santa Claus. I can see that. You're muted, Tim.
I've done it before.
Plus, you don't even need to take time out to eat lunch. I'm sure there's some right in there.
I thought maybe Walmart had quit selling razors up in your part of the world, Denley.
Well, I do it about 4 times a year. I cut it off, and it's too close to Christmas now.
All right, I think we'll go ahead and get going again. It looks like we've got most of the PLPW members back. Just wanted to thank our presenters from this morning. Thank the landowner panelists. Looks like we've got a few landowners who've been able to stick with us. So we really appreciate you guys' time and perspective. A couple of things that kind of stuck out to me, I guess, this morning, and then we'll kind of get into your guys' thoughts from the council and how we go about implementing some solutions or moving this discussion forward. Obviously, there was clearly a passion from the landowners. There's a passion to care for the land. There's a passion to see their businesses, their families be sustainable, and that's something I think resonates across the state and across a lot of landowners for that matter. They just have a passion to care for the land, to leave it better than what they've found it, to encounter it. And so I really appreciate that desire that the landowners have there. Communication. I mean, the relationship piece is huge. something we probably underestimate at times. But overall, how we communicate working lands and the benefits of working lands. You heard Paul talk about, the tolerance or the infrastructure piece of that. Another theme I heard was the brucellosis risk. I think there's, obviously some producers who are directly impacted that on this call. There's also others who, are experiencing that through one way or another. I mean, it could even be just the supply and demand chain of purchasing it at a store. Elk impacts, it could be associated with brucellosis, but then also just the separate a side note of mitigation or costs to their hay production and fencing. And not even Leo mentioned, he gets an elk that knocks his fence down every once in a while. Predators or grizzly bears, in that matter, we heard about some human use impact from recreational, but also just like I said, predators and how some states use a multiplier effect or the chain reaction that can happen in a production as soon as you potentially lose one of your breeding livestock. Weeds came up as far as, hunters possibly understanding it to some extent, but in large part recreational, just recreationists on public lands in particular, private lands as well. They don't understand or don't appreciate the weed problem that it can bring. The last couple I had, one of the suggestions that Commissioner Stuker had brought forth was just, again, bringing that landowner voice to the commission. And then lastly, something that I'd echo what I think Ed and Bart started it, but basically that pace and implementation piece, that's, you can ask my boss, it's one of the biggest frustrations that I have as well sometimes, is just trying to make sure that we're actually moving forward and the pace at which we do. And so I want to keep that top of mind, again, because of all your time as the council members, as producers who are willing to participate in this discussion. It's not something that's going to get lost for sure. It's just a matter of the pace and what that implementation puzzle pieces look like. So those are kind of some common themes I heard. I'll turn it over to Cole and see if he's got some thoughts, and we'll dig into this discussion a little further.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Yeah, bringing it back also more generally to this topic of migration and wildlife movement. I think what we heard loud and clear is that working lands are really critical to maintaining that. I think there was nobody who was opposed to migration or wildlife movement. I mean, we care about that and sustaining it. And yet the working lands that are critical here are under increasing pressures and complexities. And in some ways, we talked about grizzly bears, for example, landowners' hands are tied more than they were in the past when dealing with those increasing complexities. So I think there's a number of ways the conversation could go this afternoon. There's individual challenges that people brought up that may have solutions that could be actionable in the near term. I'll give one example because it's concrete. Regardless of how fast a brucellosis vaccine might move, now that research can be done outdoors, assuming that it can move slowly. One thing that Wyoming did in its last session was to create a brucellosis quarantine mitigation fund. And what that mitigation fund does is for those landowners who undergo quarantine, it covers certain costs that they have in processing cattle, losses that they have. If, let's say, you have breeding livestock that are more valuable and they have to turn them into spayed heifers to make them less valuable. Let's say you have to buy hay. So there's sort of individual questions like, could a solution like that at least decrease the risk for landowners that are dealing with brucellosis related things? So that's one direction the conversation could go regarding just specific challenges. But in my mind, the broader theme is that working lands are under increased pressure and complexity, and they're really critical for migration, for maintaining migrations and the ability of wildlife to move in general. And these individual problems will modify and change and adapt tomorrow and the next day and the next day and next year. and work and solutions don't happen in 5 minutes, like Lee said. So I think there's a question in my mind of where is the mechanism to ensure that there's consistent ongoing engagement with these working lands challenges on the part of the state, to make sure that perspectives are heard. When there are actionable items, that there's a place for the discussion to happen, and then sort of a place where you can advocate for what are the actionable items. And I don't know if it's possible that this council is a place that can do that, or it's possible that there would be some different mechanism. Right now, there are working groups. We break off into, let's say, a grizzly bear advisory committee. We break off into a brucellosis working group. We break off into an elk management plan working group. But there's a common theme, which is just that wildlife do bring costs and challenges to working lands, and those working lands are critical to the wildlife. So how do we have a regular venue place to vet these challenges? And I'm thinking again to what the perspective that Bart shared. It's so hard to organize landowners because they're all different. They have different situations, and they're not organized around one common interest usually, unless it's a commodity, an agricultural commodity. When it comes to wildlife and wildlife issues, it's a lot of work to come to the table, and then sometimes that whatever momentum is lost. So there's also a broader kind of question that exists here, which is how, apart from the individual challenges, which are always kind of changing, how can we engage these important perspectives in a way that respects how big the challenges are and respects how hard it is to take the time to communicate them. So that's how I would summarize the morning, is there's sort of these many different important challenges we can work on. And then there's the broader question of how to engage working lands and hear that feedback consistently, how to be responsive. Again, thanks for that opportunity to share a few thoughts. I'm not sure if it makes most sense now to ask council members, with the remaining time here, what direction you'd like to see the conversation go, whether it's sort of if people just want to weigh in with their reactions after you've had a chance to digest over lunch, about what does this mean for PLPW? Like, is there a way that this body, apart from this conversation, which was valuable in itself, but is there a way for this body to help beyond listening and including it, in the report to the governor and legislature? Open to anyone's thoughts about.
I'd like to ask a question. Ed, you're did you say you were on the brucellosis committee? And
yeah.
Is there any, we've put a lot of pressure on the 4 counties that border Yellowstone Park with the brucellosis deal. And I don't know if there's any way that our group can help mitigate that, or have any idea, or come forward with something, at least support to because I can commiserate with the lady that had the Banger elk calving in her calving pasture. And in those narrow corridors, if we want people to let things migrate, we probably should try to figure out a way as the state of Montana to figure out some way to help them so that they won't think that we've already putting up with everything for the whole state of Montana. When I was on the board of livestock, Montana wasn't certified brucellosis free. And so the whole state was covered with the same thing that the DSA is. And when APHIS restricted that down to those 4 counties, it put all of the pressure on those people, and also took away all the clamor from the rest of the operators in the state of Montana to get something done about it. So Ed, can you weigh in on that? You know anything about what I'm talking about?
Well, Driska just started. She's come to the last few meetings. Of course, COVID ended that. But like I said, when we've had meetings, Driska was there, and she always had really good input. Some of the things that we've come up with, like I said, I don't know. the vaccine to me seems probably, but that's long-term, the most viable thing to solve the problem eventually, just like COVID vaccine. But things that we looked at, like the wildlife management areas, can we take some pressure off of private land with wildlife management areas? And one of the things we came up with, if you look at the Blacktail Creek bottom there, the thatch is so thick, nothing's going in there and eating it. And so the people that are on the committee from the Matador next door said, hey, let's throw 10 Crystalex barrels out there and let 300 head of cattle out there, move the Crystalex barrels every 10, 15 days, and those cattle will beat the hell out of that thatch, and then some good green grass will come up growing, and some elk could stay over there. And, you know, those little things, but again, progress, nothing has ever progressed on that way that I know of, and we haven't had a meeting for a while. The other thing that I guess the one guy brought up from the Paradise Valleys about tracking these animals, they have a lot of information on collars from those elk, and they're into Wyoming, over into Idaho, around, and like I said, it's just an impossible thing. They're just terribly mobile animal, way more than mule deer and anything else. But yeah, so that's a hard one to even deal with. In that Blacktail area over by Dillon, the other one that I hate to use the term because we got in trouble when the committee formed about people's goals with thing. That's kind of what I brought up about the wolf going to Central Park, because people don't understand what's going on. They're over there by Dillon. There's a guy that has a pivot. It's got 700 elk on it all the time. You know, where those elk go after the season? Well, you know it, and I know it. So the neighbors raise hell with their haystacks, and they're the ones that are causing problems. But it's private property rights. And so, you know, and I jokingly said with the committee, I said, if the Fish and Game has a helicopter, I said, opening day elk season, I said, a low flying flight over that field you might have to fix some fence, but I said, I think you could distribute the elk. But, you know, in jest, you know, I don't, other than that, there's some things, you know, those people it's hurting. That one guy on the committee said when he pulls out his cattle chute into the field, he said the cattle run. He said they know what the hell's coming, you know, because to move them to summer pasture, you got to give them shots, you know, he's got to do it. Got to give them shots coming in. And so my heart just goes out to these people, just because, like I said, they're the keepers. We got to keep the ranches big, because like I said, if we don't, we get into this subdivision thing, it's going to be a total wreck. And I don't know, you know, I hear what they're saying. You know, I raised a little hay for a while, but I also found out whitetail can tell the difference between first cut, second cutting, and third cutting for hay, alfalfa. You know, he just tore the heck out of the third cut. So I understand some of the problems, but like I said, the solutions, money, we're talking about somewhat solutions. And a guy told me once, he says, always follow the money. And a lot of this stuff is going to have to be resolved somehow with collecting stuff. And one of the things I think Ed knows that we had in our meeting is I think they're going to try to put some sort of a recreational tax on floaters and stuff like that on the rivers because of the mussel problem. You know, you don't check all these boats for free. So you may be just recreation. If you're recreating on the river, you're not fishing, but floating on an inner tube, you get a $2 fee. Well, I don't know, maybe some of these noxious weeds that they were talking about, possibly, I don't know, outfitters that go into the backcountry, maybe you got to charge. Again, like I said, everybody, you take this to the legislature and they go berserk about money, but possibly you give a $2 or $5 fee per head of horse that goes into the wilderness, and that money goes into a fund for, you know, those people over in, I lived in Missoula for a while. It's full of noxious weeds. So I don't know, somewhere you've got to get some money to dole out, or like you said, to these people to buy hay, because it's a big impact.
Well, I don't know if this is the proper venue to do it, but maybe we need to be supportive of something or make some kind of a statement. I don't know if you guys think that, you know, that this is a part of the migration deal, is that the patterns have changed and we're putting a lot of pressure on the people. The elk herds in the state of Montana are putting a lot of pressure on the people allow the passage or to enable it and all of that kind of stuff. And I don't know what the solution is. That's why I asked you. Thanks.
Yeah. You know, back to the situation where people are talking about basically grizzly bears and wolves. That was my comment about, you know, a lot of the people that politically, I don't know how to say it, but a lot of people don't have a clue, you know, what the impacts are. Yeah, you know, I get to take pictures in Yellowstone Park, and I'm glad I saw one, heard one howl. But how can again, you draw some money from that benefit? Again, it's one of those things that we're going to have to work on, I think, because they put nothing in the pot.
I might just build on what Ed was saying to mention that, you know, new funding sources obviously was a huge topic of the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council. Whether it's transportation needs, education needs, mitigating the loss of critters, you know, they're having the same discussion. Right now, at 1 p.m., another call, mostly based in Montana, is taking place on how to pay for wildlife working lands needs. It's being run by Western Landowners Alliance. It's participants from stock growers and wool growers and basically conservation groups. And they're asking questions about a fee at the gate of the parks. They're asking questions of how do we generate more funding from recreation, like Jeff was talking about this morning. And yet they're struggling to find where is the consistent, this doesn't happen overnight. Where's the consistent place to have that sort of discussion? If funding needs for working lands and conservation is really critical and will continue to be, where's the place that discussion can be continued? Because I think, you know, Western Landowners Alliance may have the capacity to continue it for a couple more of these monthly calls, but really it takes a suite of partners across the state to be effective in finding the mechanism and mechanisms for different challenges. So that's, Jeff, did you want to weigh in there?
I don't want to get too worked up, but I mean, if our legislature can't figure out how to take money from people coming from out of state who would gladly give it to us, whose annual incomes double what most Montanans make, then we're just fools. So it has to happen at the state level. If you do it, I love Dingle Johnson. I love Pittman Robertson. I mean, it's why we're even here having hunting conversations. But if our state doesn't take advantage of the fact that it could be monetizing tourism, and then hopefully we're intelligent enough on how we spend it, then that's just silly. It has to happen at the state level, though. That's the answer. So I'll leave it at that. But I wanted to bring up one point, and maybe Dreska can talk about it. But I'm hesitant to bring it up because it can rile certain people. But Dreska brought up that you've got to deal with these elk herds, at least in our valley and in certain other areas that are similar to us, during the calving period, right? So there has to be continued discussion about when to hunt. When can we, if hunting is one mechanism of pushing animals off, but it doesn't solve the whole problem. You can't afford to hire a helicopter to haze. We do haze when you can do it. The cost of doing is restricted. We're looking at drones to do it. When you talk about a hot topic, you got problems when you have neighbors who won't let you haze through their property, right? And the elk will stop and then just simply come back to your pasture. And so, I mean, as we know, I prefer to shoot drones that fly over my property personally, but I also see the benefit of using a drone to haze and at a lower cost to potentially push these elk off. But we've got to have multiple conversations if we're going to solve this. Smart people need to get in the room and try multiple things and come up with solutions. If we fail, we fail, but we're not moving at a pace that's going to solve the problem right now.
Well, Driska had a good statement in one of our meetings. And like I said, the neighbor, well, they don't like the term harboring, but bluntly, that's what it is. Where I said those 700 elk on the pivot over there at Dillon, that's the same thing with your neighbor. That's why they came here and bought that 60 acres or 40 acres, because they love the elk and they want to see them, and they're going to not let you go through their land. And that to me is one of the biggest headaches, and it's back to private property rights. And it's a real headache. And we've fought it forever in that Brucellosis committee thing. So, yeah.
So, I sat on the License Advisory Council twice, and so this doesn't quite address the tourism part of revenue sources, but the extra recreation part, the non-consumptive users, as it's termed, so non-hunting, non-fishing users, I do think there's a big effort that can come in the near term on creating funding through recreational users. You look at the Paradise Valley and the Yellowstone River and that use on the Yellowstone River there. I hadn't been over there and floated for quite a while. And 2 years ago, we stayed at Immigrant, rented a VRBO and tried to float. And people talk about the Madison or the Missouri being impacted. Well, clearly there's a lot of impact there. So I do think there's a mechanism available right now in the license world for recreation. And I hope that that's being transferred into this next administration. I know it's been active to a degree with the current administration, but essentially what it is the conservation license as a recreation license. And now you have the conservation license as a prerequisite to a fishing license to a hunting license. So it sits in the middle, and anybody could buy that license for general recreation, and that money isn't appropriated for anything yet. There's a lot of needs, obviously, Jason, from a lot of sources that have demands, but one part of that could be some of these mitigations that need to happen in the migration corridors and all the other issues we've been talking about. That's just one place where I think something needs to happen like now. It's been talked about for a long time. I think it was 2014 maybe that I worked on that, and then the next legislature we worked on it a little more. No, 4 years later, so 2018. So maybe we're where we could take that up again for that component, and using the conservation license as a prerequisite for everybody to recreate. Bird watching, rafting, canoeing, kayaking. That's one component. Now, as I was thinking about Paradise Valley, and of course you can't do everything specific, but my daughter just went from from Madison to Detroit to take a friend of hers to see her COVID infected mother at a hospital, and they had to pay 4 tolls. Highway 89 would be a great toll. I'm sort of throwing this out here like
at one point, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of throwing this out here like Ed did Bukowski, sort of flippantly or sarcastically, but really that's not the big picture solution either. But clearly everybody pays at the gate in Gardner and West and, maybe Red Lodge. But we have such a hard time finding a way to tax people from out of state because we don't want to tax people in state anymore. And I'm not even going to say the word because somebody will go nuts on it. But that's how you have to do it. It has to be there. I mean, this last gubernatorial campaign was all about making somebody swear they would never create that kind of tax.
Right.
And yet tourism rivals ag for economy when you put it all in a pot, and we don't take any money from it except a little bit of bed tax or resort tax wherever that happens. Yeah, we get some gas tax, but we don't get the big tax. So figure that one out, Jeff, and I think you can get somewhere with some substantial funding.
Yeah, no, I know it's a problem. I mean, we've even thought about just doing 3 resort tax in Paradise Valley and then just deciding for ourselves how we're going to spend it. Because it, you know, like you said, the fire department needs it, the sheriff needs it. There's lots of needs that are driven because a lot of people show up here for 4 or 5 months out of the year. What we need you to say is, look, if all the bed tax is going to do is promote Montana, and all a new tax is going to do is build more fishing access sites, then I wasted my time on this call today, right? We got weed problems. We've got migratory problems. Yeah, if you heard my dog whining when I was speaking, it's because he dragged a whitetail leg up to the door and I made him go in his, and I was going to hold it up just to show people we're all dealing with just dead animals everywhere. So I just take your passion. If you take one thing from this, take your passion to the, you know, the new administration, who I think is favorable to private landowners and working lands. And let's do little things one by one. I'll shut up now.
Just to add a touch to that is, you know, I brought up the subject, you know, I was on the committee that wrote the procedure for chronic wasting disease, and then the day they went to the commission, it was, they found it. But, you know, chronic wasting disease test sites and these mussels, you know, I keep saying to the Fish and Game, I said, it costs lots of money to do those things. You know, you're somewhere, you got to put something somewhere with money on, it's got to get paid for. But like I said, everybody wants money, but like I say, follow the money. It's a tough one.
Cole, one of the things I would add is that, so all of the brucellosis testing that occurs in the DSA, whether it's change of ownership or whether you're leaving or coming into the DSA, all of that blood work and the vet doing the test is paid for by the state. And it's roughly $10 to $12 a head. That money at the state level comes from Department of Livestock. Here I am with the word loss again. The tax we pay for every animal we have.
Per capita.
Tax. Thank you. Per capita. Yes. And so per capita goes into that funding, as does one of the general funding bills that goes through the state. And so one of the things, and I've never even heard them talking about it, but one of the things that PLPW can always look for and protect is that funding mechanism for producers in the DSA. Because if they ever took away the payment that they take care of for testing all the animals in the DSA, and it fell on the producers, that would be it.
So as you were mentioning that, you're already paying for it, right?
Well, yeah, kind of I am,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So what about, and as an idea, and maybe this is kind of bounce off the wall, but you know, they were looking at a fee increase to a national park. I happen, and I didn't bring it up in your discussion, Jessica, but the park is definitely a real contributing factor to all the issues that are going on there. Yep. Buffalo, bison, elk, wolves, happy watchers, tough production issues, all that. You know, there's a couple million people that see that park normally, except this year, every year. You know, I don't know how much funding needs to happen, but maybe we could have something happen at our entrances where we get some of that fee from those couple million people that like to look at wolves and buffalo and elk because of those concentrations. And you know, you're the historical migration pattern for ungulates to come out of that park in the winter in the first place. You know, so if you don't have you don't have the elk and the buffalo, and then you don't have the wolf or the grizzly bear. So maybe that's a better national opportunity somehow for us to focus on your particular problem in that locale. Maybe to some degree at West, I don't know. But just to throw that out, I mean, that's probably not in our real world, but to communicate it, maybe there's something there that could happen since there's so many other stakeholders outside of Montana that have an impact that we can't control because of how they feel about it. And like I think it was Jeff was talking about, or probably all of us, there's just a whole lot of ignorance for many of us about all the issues involved with a healthy wildlife population anywhere in our state and what it takes to make that happen. And then also mitigate that reality with people that try to run a business operation on the land. You know, I don't know if that would ever fly, but as you're talking about it, maybe that's something that could specifically help. You know, maybe you get the parks influence extended like the Lamar Valley with a concept to the Paradise Valley as to its importance to the health of the wildlife in Yellowstone Park in the summer, because they don't live there in the winter.
Well, and I do think there have been conversations between PERC, which is the Property and Environmental Research Center, and the park about charging, you know, some sort of a tax at the gate and how it would be used locally. So it's, I guess my message would be, it's not news to the Park Service that this has been thought of, but I don't know who is the person that should be pushing that.
Wyoming proposed a bill to do this a couple of years ago, and it didn't pass the legislature, but there is a model in Wyoming to look at for that.
So Paul, Wyoming actually did pass a resolution that this should be done in their last session. That resolution doesn't have any teeth because in order to be able to use an increased park fee outside of the park requires a change in federal legislation. And so that was a symbolic move on the part of Wyoming. And yet it was a way of saying we need more ways of generating revenue, and that revenue needs to be able to be used outside of the park. That piece requires federal change. And as I mentioned a second ago, this conversation is actively happening as we speak on another Zoom call where a group of NGOs are essentially leading a conversation about should we all be working together to change that federal legislation and to figure out how the money would be allocated, what entities would allocate it for each state? Or is this a Montana specific conservation finance discussion? And so they've discussed, you know, sales tax has been mostly dead on arrival in Montana. And yet there's a question, would sales tax applied only within the park boundaries that could be used outside of the park be a viable mechanism as sort of a special case for Glacier and Yellowstone? And then there's a separate question of could a tax on the gate fee, which doesn't require a change in federal legislation, could that be a Montana homegrown mechanism? And it's, I'm bringing this up mostly so that you're aware, like it is happening, the discussion's happening, and yet there's not really a regular home for that discussion. And if it's possible that it takes, you know, long-term steady pressure to do these things. And it's possible that if there's not a place to continue it, that it'll kind of peter out.
I wanted to comment, we had a discussion, I know 2 years ago on that, trying to charge a gate fee or trying to get something out of the parks. And the discussion will probably come again in the legislature, but it was not followed up because there were too many problems involved with trying to do that the way at least 2 years ago. And I don't know that it'll be any easier this session or the next session, just because it is raising some kind of a tax.
Yeah, another alternative without raising a tax is considering how the resort tax applies to gateway communities. So it's hard for us because we'd have to due to our population size, Livingston's where the money is generated from a business standpoint in bulk, right? But there are businesses in Paradise Valley who are very supportive of the ranching community and understand that they make a living because of the park and would like to keep this place from getting carved up like we're seeing in Gallatin Valley and as much as I love it, the Bitterroot Valley. But you know, that's another alternative to consider and bring up is some flexibility for gateway communities to raise revenues and then determine amongst themselves how it's spent so it can get spent, you know, at least at a local level.
Cindy, you had some questions that you wanted to ask.
Yeah, I had a few questions. I probably won't remember them all there, Jason, and I don't see them. But I wanted to know if in the Paradise Valley, if those landowners were BMAs.
So I'll answer from my perspective. We were at one time block management, but the piece that we had in block management, all the deer learned to not be there. And the piece that we kept out of it had cattle on it, more houses around it, that sort of thing. So it didn't feel like a safe place for block management. Jeff's house was right in the line of sight, and we didn't think he'd like that very much. And so, so that was part of the problem with block management. We felt bad taking money for a really rotten opportunity to hunt. The problem where elk come in is similar to, I'm going to forget his name right off, even though I wrote it down, but the gentleman that came on after me from the Big Hole, where he said they come in the dark and they leave in the dark. So the biologist at one point that we had a while back extended a certain, so it's hunting area 317, which we border. They extended those tags on a draw for cow elk on private property north of the game range in hunting area 313, which gets complicated, but basically it meant that if we had elk, we could hunt them until February 15th. And when we do, we hunt them hard. But we don't always have them. I can guarantee you we will have them March, April, and May. But whether we'll have them during this extended hunting time that we have till February 15th, I don't know. We do try and partner with the other landowner that has a bigger block of private land in this allowable area. And between the two of us, we do manage to get a lot of hunters out there and get elk. But it just is dependent on the year, the weather, and where those elk want to be. We had elk right at the beginning of the hunting season, and we haven't seen another one since. So I know they'll be here when they shouldn't be, though.
I didn't see one either.
Driscoll, were you involved with it when one of our first proposals was that short fenced haze deer or elk around the calving area and all?
Oh yeah, that was my idea.
Huh?
Yeah. So the local working group at one point, so one of the areas that had consistent transmissions in Paradise Valley, one of the problems was the elk would go through a certain calving pasture to get to a pivot. And so the suggestion was made in our local group that if we could fence off that calving pasture, make the elk go around to get to the pivot. We weren't diverting them onto neighbors necessarily. We were just telling them to go a different route. And we tried to get that passed on that work plan I discussed. Yeah. And that was when, even though we had meetings and we tried to explain what we meant, sportsmen did not want their dollars used in that fashion. And there was a threatened lawsuit and whatever else. And so when it was put into the work plan, you have to do public comment, MIPA, all this stuff. And it just was never going to fly.
Yeah, that's what I remember too. So yeah. Thanks.
Has that WMA in 323, has that helped you at all, that wildlife management over there? It's outside of Venice. Does that help get any elk away from where you are?
I'm not sure. Are you still addressing
Dome Mountain? Do you mean Dome Mountain?
Well, the only WMA we have in Paradise Valley is the Dome Mountain game range. And The problem with that one is that because the elk stay in the lower elevations now, they basically are there all summer long and they eat their winter feed during the months of August and September. And so it used to be this buffer that we could count on that would sort of slow the elk down. And now they eat it before they should. And it's a real problem. So there isn't anything to stop them now.
Thank you.
So Jason, one of the things I'm wondering if it would be of benefit for us to communication. You know, we've used or created the Ask for Access communication link for sportsmen. We've done the Appreciate Access. You know, I know there's a little bit of discussion maybe in Hunter Ed and such about the import of you know, ag producers and their habitat. You know, I look at our access book and what PLPW does. It's kind of a brush over, if you ask me, and I'm wondering what the rest of you on PLPW think. You know, I can see where we could be a bigger voice in communicating. You know, like the 67-33 or whatever the percent actually is of public-private land that, you know, we know wildlife have to have in Montana. And I realize it varies around the state. But communicating that important message, I think, that we've heard here today, and being that link, you know, we have the landowner stewardship program that's not utilized much from what we've seen in history. It would seem to me we could create a better focus on how important the landowner relationship is, not to the hunter, but to the wildlife and the habitat, and be more specific about it, you know, like maybe even somewhat regionally to make the points more clear, to start building that understanding with at least the hunters. I know there's a lot more involved in that, but it's part of our charge to be that link between the landowner and the department. So I'm wondering amongst all of you if you think we could do something more effective, you know, to begin that pretty quickly in communicating the importance of, you know, this issue we're talking about right here, the things we've heard. You know, we used the landowner group previous to you, Jason, and I know you probably read all that fun stuff, with access and hunter problems. That's one thing, addressing those, but we really haven't addressed how important the landowner is, the ag operator, in maintaining this balance that we all say we love. What do you guys think?
Maybe I could speak to that for just a minute or just throw out a couple of observations. You know, when we started our discussion today, you know, what Cole and Sean presented to start with, it was a discussion on migration and wildlife movements. And I kind of thought one of the things I would hear from some of the landowners are what are the obstacles that they're facing when it comes to wildlife migration and movements. And we heard somewhat about the wildlife movement, certainly in the Paradise Valley, but I really didn't hear a lot about, you know, these wildlife migrations are a huge issue to us. And I suspect, you know, if we really focused on migration, there might be some concerns. But what I heard were the ancillary issues related to wildlife movements with concentration of animals eating their, you know, their winter hay supply and the brucellosis. Those are the issues that are really important to a lot of the landowners. my sense is at some point in time, you know, the wildlife migration will probably be even more focused on, and some of the issues specific to that. And not that they're not there now, because I know they are. But what I think I heard, and maybe I need to have the landowners in the Paradise Valley respond to it, is that they can probably work with Fish, Wildlife and Parks, the NGOs in terms of facilitating wildlife migrations, but they want to be heard. They want some support for some of those other issues that are out there. And I guess the message I'm taking away from this is, what is the role that PLPW can play in terms of helping them out, making sure that the legislature hears them? What kind of role can we play to get more dollars funneled towards some of these landowners when it comes to, for issues such as brucellosis, weed control, loss of winter hay supplies? Again, I'm rambling a little bit, but I'm just not hearing the big issues when it comes to migration, although I think there probably could be there. But I guess I'd just like to maybe hear from Jeff or the lady from the Paradise Valley on what their thoughts are there.
So my comment to that would probably be that I think there would be tolerance for migratory elk in Paradise Valley if they were not diseased. So, and we have it anyway, so we just try and work around it. But the problem, like for me, and I'll just speak for myself, not all my compatriots in the Valley, but for me, it is the stress and the fear when I see elk on our landscape crossing the same pastures our cattle use. For me, that's the unacceptable part of it, because it puts my risk of transmission too high. It's not that we aren't all used to down fences. We don't like it, but we're used to it. It's not that we haven't already fenced all of our stackyards. We did that a long time ago. We all have weed issues, and you handle them, and you do the best you can. But for me, it's that deep in your gut sickness that you feel when you know that the elk that is standing there could have brucellosis and could transmit to your cattle. And then you will have loss of the animals that you have worked so hard to care for and love. That's the issue for me.
I appreciate that response, Drewska.
Let me.
I don't know how many people. I don't know how many people have been over in the Blacktail area, but are you aware of what's going on the Matador Ranch?
Me?
No.
No.
The high fences. I only built about a quarter of a mile this year, but nothing's going in, nothing's going out. As my comment was, well, if you got a wolf trapped in there, you definitely got that one killed, because you run into a high fence, you're going to get him. But they're building high fence, Matador Ranch, and it's high.
Dale, could I respond just briefly to add to what Druska said, but also to respond? You know, what I heard you say was a lot of the landowner feedback has not been about migration per se, but more of these ancillary issues that ancillary wildlife impacts, the need for help with funding. And I want to just give a little bit more context to why this discussion matters, which is that migrations have been this iconic tool that are being used to get people interested in conservation and the landscape. And the Wyoming Migration Initiative is a good example of that. It's engaging the public in these large landscapes and, you know, why boundaries, you know, private property, public property, you know, Canada, United States. We've got, Leo's got, you know, a pronghorn migration that goes from, you know, Alberta, Saskatchewan down to the Musselshell Plain. And so it's being used as this big conservation story. And in some places, and it's hard, you know, the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, when the Secretarial Order came out in 2018, at their annual meeting in New Orleans, came out with a resolution that they were against migration corridors. And, you know, I think the gist of that was they were against federal designations of migration corridors. That's not what the Secretarial Order was. There was a separate National Wildlife Corridor Act that I don't think went anywhere that sort of had that intent behind it. But the point is that people's alarm bells went off, right? When you're managing land, you're worried, like, what is this migration? What might this migration mean for restrictions? You know, further restrictions, further hands tied, regulatory issues. How will it affect me being able to make a living? It wasn't that National NCBA was saying they didn't care about migration exactly. It was just saying we're worried about big federal designations. And so this was an opportunity in Montana to handle the migration question, you know, as a state better than any other state, by really, instead of coming out with big publicity and surrounding corridors, by really reaching out and ask, what does wildlife movement mean to ranchers and foresters and farmers, working lands? What does wildlife mean to their operations? What kind of impacts? And so it's just an effort to make sure that the big story, the powerful story that, you know, that Joe Reese and his photography and the National Geographic media that we see around the Red Desert Hoback migration, or the path of the pronghorn down in the Pinedale, Wyoming area. It's so that the actual impacts of wildlife movements on landowners and working lands is not lost. And so I just wanted to, I can see how it's a little bit difficult to get from, like, what does this all have to do with migration? But on the ranching side and the working land side, it's hard to separate the two. So that's why I really appreciate you all taking the time to listen and to this, you know, panel, and for FWP really working hard to reach out and kind of communicate over these past months as we set up this meeting, because I think that's the right kind of approach. It's at least a starting point when talking about wildlife movement, is engage local perspectives, engage landowners. I'm not sure if that helps fill it out a little bit, Dale.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Well, are you all willing to indulge a follow-up to what Cole just said? I think it's important to recognize that what Cole is talking about is the way this whole movement is going. The interest in this issue is very formulaic in terms of, you know, even down to how the maps are made of migration routes. And so the idea is you make a map, you collar some animals, you make a map. Within that map, you can identify what is impeding their movements, where the problems are, and you go solve that. And that's the formula that's being put out there. And I do think we have an opportunity to change that, to say, you know, the maps are useful tools. And they're great for storytelling. But I think we could change that whole narrative to say, look at this, how magical it is. Everybody's interested in it. Everybody likes it. And look at why we have it. Look at what is happening on the ground. Look at the contribution that private landowners are making to this, for you, for all of us. And look at what it means to them. So if we want to keep it, you know, these are issues that we have to deal with. And that's a real challenge, because we are swimming upstream against this what's a national movement now. I just wanted you to be aware of that. I think we can talk about how we want to communicate about this and work towards it. But we're going to have to overcome the way a lot of people think about it now in terms of let's make a map and identify the problems, which, to be honest, a lot of times the problems that are identified are on private lands. So the message is that private landowners are the source of the problem, and we have to fix it for them. You know, and it just, like Ed has been talking about, I think a lot of people really misunderstand what's actually happening. But that's the situation we're in. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, because I think Cole is right about it.
I think we get it because DOT showed up in Paradise Valley, right? It's a north-south road, right? And you've got ranges of elk on both sides, and to cross, they got to cross the river, then the road. And it was clear from DOT that they're not going to build anything within 5 years, 10 years, but this was this wheel that had started turning, right? And we took them on the road and we showed them, like, these maps you're showing of all these animals dying, 90% of them are whitetail, right? And so no one gives a crap, right? Locally here. And then if you want to put something up for elk, we kind of know where you'd probably do that. But then you haven't addressed the issue that if 30% of them are carrying brucella and you kill that rancher's business there, they're not going to be food there for them. And they're not going to come back here, right? They're going to crowd in the park. And then you're going to have the bison issue we have today, where you're trying to find a place to send them all. So your point's totally valid, Justin. I think we picked that up when we saw the reality of trying to meet here locally and create a plan on where you would put an underpass or 2 or 3 of them, which I think goes back to the point of you. I like the fact that you picked zones of, you know, regions to focus on. Okay, let's get to work. Like, what, I guess my question to you would be, what's next? Like, what are we really going to do next here in Paradise Valley and the other regions that you've designated? We don't have any visibility into that. At least I don't. I know Druska and I are in the same boat, but we got other things to do. So if there's a plan, let us know.
Back to you, Jeff. One of the comments that you made was about following with drones and stuff like that and electronically following. I've asked the question a couple times down in eastern Montana here. We have a lightning strike. Within 5 minutes, you've got the Department of Defense photo on the ground, wind direction, size of the fire, which way it goes. And I've always asked, I said, I know being ex-military, you can read the newspaper in Moscow from space. You can track elk. We need to get one of those contracts with the Department of Defense, and we can take a picture every 5 minutes and tell you everything that's going on the earth. But maybe that's too simple for my thoughts.
Well, you're right. And I mean, a certain person was killed in Iran this week with drones. So the question is, what do you do good with technology or bad, right? I'm not going to solve that for here. But I will tell you one thing you could do is none of Montana's ranchers in these wild places are going to be able to do much with this technology if you don't have broadband in their areas, right? Their kids aren't going to be able to go to school at home and learn as fast during COVID. I mean, you want to talk about a high priority issue that we should be charging every New Yorker when they cross the state boundary, you know, to get broadband in here. Then we can start using some of this technology to solve real problems. The drone issue is like, we could do it. Like I could put cameras up on Druska and Mai's place, know when an elk came within calving region, dispatch a drone and haze those elk back into the mountains. I can do that today with technology. Now, doing things and actually making it work in social systems are 2 different things. But this is the world we live in, and it's going to have to be part of the social conscious and dialogue within Montana on these topics. But, you know, Ed, there are blocking, tackling things that need to happen before we can use this stuff. And we can mix technology with old school guard dogs. We can put, collars on these guard dogs. We can know whether a guard dog knows if a wolf is within region, right? The things we can do with AI are pretty amazing. Let's get to work. Let's go do it.
Well, I guess one of my follow-ups on that was, is the fishing game, we do all these air flights counting elk, and this one has a collar and all this different information. And I'm not positive we can't sit at our desk and review all that information at no cost or little cost, but maybe I'm too optimistic. Thanks.
No, we're going to do a thermal image drone run over, and we're just going to do this with whitetail because it's been done in Arkansas. And you can get very good detailed population counts down to the species level, down to the number of raccoons you got on your 1,000 acres with this sort of stuff. And it's going to happen. And I don't think FWP is opposed to any of this. They want to reduce their costs, right, and do things faster. So there's good stuff coming down the horizon, I guess. I'll leave it at that.
And I appreciate that information. Thanks.
So kind of tying it back to the underlying question, and I look to the group on how you want to answer it. Obviously a funding mechanism is key here. We've kind of identified that. Staffing is key. We kind of have already identified that. What is it that we need from PLPW? What would you like to see? Is it legislative action? Is it, I know Denley's had an initial draft, at least last session, for charging floaters and other recreational users. It seems like a lot of the things that we're kind of talking about are those ancillary issues, which is a whole, they're not disconnected, I guess is how I would say. They're not disconnected from each other. And so it's almost like it's statutory changes. You talked about a multiplier. Well, that's probably a statutory change with some funding. We've talked about communicating the importance of working lands. That's certainly something that we can work on as an agency. It's going to become who's owning it, who's paying for it. The other stuff, I guess I'm still kind of maybe trying to wrap my head around, and this is probably to Dale's question. What is it that PLPW can help with here? What action items would you like to walk away from this meeting saying, yep, these are things PLPW is willing to work on, take on, in the sense of legislation draft? What is it?
Jason, I'll take a stab at that, but I'd just like to ask other people to weigh in too. But I think that we are asking or pointing out that there is not currently a mechanism or a process that's adequate to the challenge that working lands are experiencing with respect to wildlife. There's a whole world that goes beyond just the question of access. That is, how can we address a suite of needs that don't go, the needs change, the individual needs change, but the need to consistently address those issues is always there. And I think we're asking the question, is PLPW the right place to have that mechanism and process in Montana? Is that the right place for a discussion on this topic, or is there a different place to have it? But it seems like it needs to be had. It needs to be a place where we can regularly, bridge this gap between, between the challenges that working lands are facing and the lack of ability alone working lands can't solve that. We need the partnership and help of the rest of of sportsmen, but of recreationists, of the rest of the state. And right now there's not, the process and the mechanism isn't adequate to the size of the challenges. That's my attempt. That's what we're asking you. We don't know if PLPW is the right place. but it was a place, and we really appreciate it's a place to hear, for us to share that concern, to ask whether PLPW, could become that place, or if not, where is that place? It's a real critical question for the future of Montana. Private lands, public wildlife. I mean, it's huge. I think we've really seen that in the various different stories and examples that the panelists have given.
So I could take a stab at it, Cole.
Yeah, Druska.
So I've been working on this whole brucellosis issue since 2007. And there have been so many times where you felt like you were just out there and nobody cared, and that you were alone. Someone referenced that, we were sacrificed for the rest of the state, basically. Put a zone around us and we'll protect everybody else so they can keep their class-free status and go about their business. And once that happened, nobody cared anymore. Nobody. And the one thing that I can say now is that between Cole and Gary and Perk and FWP trying to listen better, I actually feel some hope that somebody will understand the issue, and it's huge, understand the issue, the ramifications, and how hard it is for working lands to envision their next 10, 20 years on a landscape with diseased wildlife. This is where we want to be. This is our passion, our drive. But can we sustain it if every time you look out the window in May, you see elk that shouldn't be there with the potential of disease? And if elk want to be around, I'm okay with that, but I can't do that anymore here because of that potential. And so a basic understanding of the issue and the ramifications for producers in Paradise Valley and how badly we want to survive here doing what we do. That's what I'm looking for. And I feel some hope now that I didn't before. And the fact that PLPW has hosted this kind of a forum for producers to say what they truly feel and need is huge for us. Very big.
I think up until this point, PLPW has been kind of working on the issue of opening up public lands and trying to keep public lands open and private lands. But I think maybe this shows that we need to focus that if we don't help protect some of those private lands, doesn't matter how much public land you have open, you're going to lose the working ranches. The working ranches are feeding the animals. They're providing habitat for animals, and they're providing a place for those elk to live for the hunters. And so we need to change that focus to protect, not just open up public lands and access to lands, but to protect the lands that we do have, those working ranches. I think so. Maybe that's where that focus has to start moving to.
Well, and I would add that as far as the access issue is concerned, if you're a producer and you feel like you're in an adversarial position with agencies, you're not going to be very interested in public access for hunting. But if you feel like you're a partner and that you are listened to and that people are actively trying to come up with solutions, that's a whole different feel. And so when they set up a way for hunting to be a tool, you're more than happy to participate. But you want people to know you're there and to help. And so I don't think access can be driven by the must. I think it has to be driven by the we care about you, we want to help you.
Well, I would even add to it that I think you look around the states, Montana's, and it's going this direction. I think access was a luxury to be considering that. We're at a point now with these working lands that it all comes down to whether or not the people can stay on the land. And if you can't afford to do it, you're going to figure out a way to do it. And that's where I was getting at, is progress change is going to happen. And I think the PLPW wants to be at the table, because if you can't keep these working people on the land, one, the land is going to lose, which then the wildlife will lose. And two, it's going to change into a way it's either going to be sold, subdivided, put under oil wells. Change will occur. And I guess you have the choice to choose the direction, or I guess you can choose to help the way it stays or the way it changes, I guess.
I'd jump in here. PLPW, in my experience, has been primarily working, as we've discussed, on access and hunter behavior, primarily, and trying to bridge those gaps there. But I think one thing we should be able to commit to right now is you're clearly indicating your stress in your operation. And I think, Treska, you've done a great job of that. And I think we can all relate to that reality of, God, what do I do here? And for us at PLPW to commit to finding, either being or finding that direct link, for working lands folks to be able to address the important wildlife issues, for resolution, not just discussion, but for resolution. I think we can do that, and I'm just saying that for me, but I believe our council should have an ability to do that. Most of what we've been able to do, other than simple programs, is talking through any of these issues, first of all, with legislators who are on our council and or commission, and third, EQC. That's kind of where we go with all this. But I think this is encapsulated now. I think that's a big deal. I really do, because this type of discussion, I don't know, everybody's had it in their own groups, but I do think we have to charge ourselves with bringing this to a head, whether it's within our group, as Cole said, is PLPW the place for this, or does the place for this become identified through this, for the people can take the quickest action or the most thorough action or whatever that might need to be. So I do think you should be hopeful. I'm one who really struggles with the slow processes too. My buddy Dwayne Ankney trimmed me up one time because I tend to get impatient and go, where are we going with this? And you folks need to have most of these things addressed in a timely manner. You're very patient and understanding. But I think the big picture, where you started with the migrations and what Justin had to say, I do think it's a story that a lot of folks buy into, that can maybe help foster the connectivity and the relationships that need to be there for all of this to be successful. It just seems to me that you have to have that to make a communicative effort that the most people that need to be involved can buy into, take action on, and get us to where we need to be. So, these are great discussions, but you're right. Now, where do we go, and where do we take this and make something happen? If it's not us, then who? And it's got to be one of those two. It's us or who. And I know you expect us to be able to do that. It's kind of out of our normal operating mode. So I think, I know our council, we can make an effort to get this to whatever spot it needs to be for action to take place.
Part of that, Ed, I think, is the John Doe public out there, Billings, Livingston, all the big towns, they've got to be made aware of what the situation is you know, and everything we've come up with, Bruce Lowson and everything, education. But with education, you can also let people know what the consequences are. You know, and two things a guy told me once, he said in life, consequences and follow the money. Follow that and you'll follow the problem. So that's what I have.
Well, I think you guys know that you follow the money. There's only two things preventing Paradise Valley from other valleys, and that's ranching and billionaires. And the billionaires, you know, are not going to provide access. The ranching will, but I think it's also okay for ranchers to make money providing access. It doesn't have to be, I mean, there's a reason no one shot deer on BLM right by Druska and me this year, because there were 5,000 people who went up there and shot their ARs when they couldn't shoot, you know, all day long. So I think, like, we get it. Like, I sit on multiple councils and we pretty much get nothing done because we have no legislative authority. That's okay. But your voice repeating what we're saying is worth its weight in gold, is kind of how I look at what Druska said. And then, I mean, Jason, for your sake, I at least posted in the chat, because I didn't want to repeat them, at least a list of things we had. You can take them, edit them, hack them up, and use them. They're specific asks. So if it's helpful.
Yeah, I got those, Jeff. Thank you. I wrote them down too from the first time when you went through your list. They're definitely practical things, and I think they're probably within this PLPW wheelhouse. So at least for having those discussions, might not happen here today. We do have a public comment time scheduled for 2:15, and so I'm going to jump out to. We've got a couple right now. There's a phone number ending in 387. Phone number ending in 387. You may need to unmute your phone, but you are unmuted to talk. Phone number 387. All right. Phone number ending in 674. 674. You've been unmuted. You have to unmute your phone if you wanted to talk.
I just got a text message from one of the people that is trying to comment that they're trying to unmute, but for some reason it's still not allowing them.
Okay. It's the same problem I'm having with Dan Fear. I think they're unmuted on my end, but I'm not sure if they're unmuted on their phone.
Yeah, if for people's sake, if you don't know how to unmute on Zoom, go to the participants little box at the bottom of your screen, click on it, and then on the right-hand side of your screen will show up all the people. And then you can click on it there. But I don't see the callers in there, Jason.
Yeah, there's two on the attendees, two attendees, one with a phone number in 387. And I click unmute, but it doesn't do anything, just changes like they're not on the phone. And then 674 is the same way.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing it change either, so something's going on. Maybe they could just text the question.
So they've got to unmute on their phone itself. We can ask them to unmute, but they still have to hit mute or unmute.
The person in my case is saying that their phone is not.
That's not it.
so it's, they're unmuting their phone, and yet they, for some reason, still not working.
Yeah, it's still not unmuting on my end.
Maybe just give them one of your numbers to call.
I just did that with one person. Maybe they can ask their question over my line.
While we're waiting, I'll go back to Jeff. And, the two things I always say is consequences and follow the money. And I guess my example of that is the cattle industry. And you see what the cattle rancher gets for his buck and where it goes and who's making the prime dollar. So like that's kind of where, I don't know if you took that wrong or not, but that's kind of my gist of the follow the money situation, where it goes up the ladder and who makes the big buck.
Yeah, I'm all for empowering the small farmer and rancher and disempowering Citizens United. Sorry for my political statement.
And I do have a question since we're waiting for the questions. Your comment on the Matador Ranch, wouldn't that be in conflict with our stance on CWD?
I really don't know, but I heard they're putting up high fence, and I don't know what for, private property rights. I don't know what, that's all I talked to the county commissioner over there at Dillon, and as far as I can know, they're still putting up high fence.
There's one in our area too. They put up a fence last year. They were getting so much elk damage in their field, just for their hay field. They put up a high electric fence.
And Ray Marksher's on the elk cattle brucellosis. He used to be the foreman on the Matador Ranch, and he's a very good person with an awful lot of knowledge in that area.
Cole, did you have a response?
Yeah, I have a caller on the line here, and I think you should be able to hear. Go ahead, Trina.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. This is Trina Jo Bradley. I am a cattle producer on the Rocky Mountain front. I served on the Grizzly Bear Advisory Council with Cole and all the other great people. And I just wanted to share some of my thoughts that I've come up with during the course of this great meeting. Before the lunch break, Ed Beal voiced his concern about carrying on the mission of this council once you're all done and your seats are replaced by others. And then Bart Morris had a good point, which is this is an occupation, cattle ranching, with very small margins, which means as producers, we have very little time and few resources to commit, but it is absolutely imperative that we are at the front of this working lands with wildlife movement. So what I would suggest is creating more positions, wildlife coordinator positions like Eric Graham with the Blackfoot Challenge, that would work as liaisons between communities and other producers and landowners, and also with the governor's office, Fish, Wildlife and Parks, Wildlife Services, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, NGOs, and the list goes on. I would recommend finding a way to fund these positions through watershed groups, local watershed groups, and hire producers to be these liaisons in the different areas around the state. And that would give a voice to the producers that usually don't have a voice. And it would also give them somebody that they could trust to bring their ideas forward when we start having these conversations, or as we continue to have these conversations, and make sure that we are always on the minds of the people making the decisions.
Thank you, Trina.
Yeah,
I really appreciate you participating and listening into the meeting and then sharing your perspective.
No problem.
Thank you.
yeah, I'd echo that as well, Trina. Thank you for your time. I don't know, Justin or Ken, if you had any comments as to staffing as your thoughts going forward.
Jason, let me understand your question. You mean staffing in response to what Trina just said, or like related to wildlife movement, or?
Well, they're kind of the same, but yeah, more or less what Trina was thinking as far as trying to get some assistance.
Yeah. Well, so specific to grizzly bears, like what Eric Graham kind of works on, a lot of grizzly bear conflict. Or Cole, maybe you can. I don't want you to put words in her mouth, but I don't know if she's still on the phone.
I think what I heard is just in terms of, I'm getting feedback. Trina, I'm going to let you go. What I heard is just that sort of along the lines of specific ideas, you know, not on like where does this discussion belong and what's the mechanism, but in terms of specific ideas, what I heard from Trina is that these watershed groups, and I think by that she means, you know, Blackfoot Challenge, Rancher Stewardship Alliance, Big Hole Watershed Committee, but also the conservation districts. Sort of depends on, in a given area, like Upper Yellowstone Watershed Group, like in a given area, those groups have been a real liaison, right? They've been a way for ranchers to organize, and so perhaps.
Yeah.
You know, both in the case of Grizzly Bear Advisory Council and large carnivore stuff, but also in the case of migration, being able to provide capacity to those groups is a real need. We're about to see their capacity diminish some as the card department of the DNRC, which is especially funded with coal revenue, continues to decline. And so that's in terms of specific, you know, needs, specific ways to support landowners, increasing the capacity for those watershed groups to have staff and to organize. Really, they're really a nexus in the local landscapes. And Trina, you can correct me in the chat, or you can email me and I can provide, you know, if I'm getting that wrong, you can let me know and I'll communicate that to those on the call. I see that pressing #6 may be a way to unmute your phone if the number ending in 674 or
*6. Try *6.
*6, yeah.
There you go. Go ahead.
Okay. This is Kathy Byron, and I'm calling from Forsyth, but I am a partner in a ranch operation in Garfield County up near the CMR. I really liked what I believe her name was Trina just said. I think education and collaboration is the key. As a landowner for 75 years, my entire life, I'm a retired educator, and I have spent many, many hours since retirement from education as a community grant writer coordinator. And people need to understand what the goal is. There needs to be a rapport developed that you can have trust and move forward. It's no place for a snow job. You have to be downright honest and down to earth. I see, and this is looking into the future, but we're silly to plan today if we don't look to the future. I just read an article the other day that said we have ranches turning ownership this year at a pace that has outpaced most years, if not all years. Once these corridors are identified or you have them developed, you get into the maintenance. And it's imperative that there's a local connection that can talk with and work with those new owners to maintain any corridor that's set up. Otherwise, you lose everything you've worked for. Public awareness meetings. I really liked what she said about starting with your conservation groups. They work with the landowners. They're staffed by the landowners, and send people that are informed, send people that can relate to people, send people that are genuine, and give them straight, honest facts. As a landowner, I really can hear the heart of that lady who's speaking from Paradise Valley. We get every direction hit. We're a small operation, but I am telling you what, my forebears who homesteaded that ground and operated are spinning in their graves looking at all the issues that are being slammed out our back door right now. And we've got to have trust, we've got to have collaboration, but we can't have something shoved down our throats last minute because it's somebody else's idea. This kind of thing does not work from the top down. It has to start from the bottom up. That's my 2 bits worth, and thank you for listening.
And thank you for your call and your interest in participating in the meeting.
It's very interesting. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to caller that ends in 227.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Nick.
Great. Council members and guests, my name's Nick Chivak. I'm the Conservation Director for the Montana Wildlife Federation, and I appreciate the conversation you're having. I had the pleasure of serving on that Grizzly Council with both Cole and Trina, and it was a really positive experience. I would just urge all of you on this council to really look to sporting organizations as eager partners to help in this effort, whatever that looks like. And, you know, I get accused of a lot of things up at the legislature, but I can point to 20 different bills in the last 4 sessions we've come in on and not only supported, but been really in the lead on that benefit landowners. And, you know, Cole has a lot of, in his valley, a lot of proactive measures that get highlighted a lot to prevent conflicts with grizzly bears. We took that same model down to the Centennial Valley Association with a small state livestock loss grant, and got we brought in some matching dollars from the National Wildlife Federation to do this carcass pickup, and we're going into our 4th season of that. That's just one example of the numerous programs, both public and private dollars out there to help landowners deal with issues of wildlife, both ungulates and predators and all native wildlife. So, and I couldn't agree more with Trina. I have found that local watershed groups are some of the best organizations to help with these efforts. They know their landscape, they know their landowners, they know their local sporting community, and they're used to handling grants and things. So, you know, I would just urge everyone to reach out to the sporting organizations because we have been there. And I also agree with the last caller. You know, if I go to a place and say, this is what you need, it's somebody out of Helena telling them what they need. These efforts have to be locally driven, knowing that if those grassroots efforts are there, both with their local landowners and sporting community, that the resources will be there coming from organizations like mine and many others to help out. So I know those are pretty general comments, but you know, we're eager to be partners and help landowners address their issues with wildlife. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. All right. Cole or Gary or Paul.
I just had one question for Justin. Maybe I don't know if Justin, you're the right person But what are the next steps, broadly defined, let's say for the next 6 to 12 months, primarily around, the momentum building around wildlife migration corridors?
Well, there's a lot of ways to answer that. Maybe I'll give you a few examples, Jeff. So the federal competition for funding in the priority areas from the DOI funding, that funding is routed through the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. Several areas in Montana submitted applications for that funding. There was work on fencing in various places, that sort of thing. We should find out about that funding within the next couple of months. And then those agreements will get put in place and that work will start. On the FWP side, where we are heading is working with our communications people on developing a plan to communicate about this in exactly the way you all have been talking about it. Trying to sort of change the narrative from let's identify threats to corridors and protect the corridors to it needs to be a partnership. Private landowners have a big role and have a lot of, they deserve a lot of the credit for why we have what we have, et cetera, et cetera. So we're going to be putting that into place. And then regardless of the priority areas for the secretarial order, we have GPS collars on a lot of animals. We have data from a lot of areas where the collars aren't deployed anymore. And in all of those places, I think there's opportunity at any point for landowners to work with biologists, NGOs, or groups like Nick's group, whoever, to identify specific projects that would help, that meet landowner needs, address their interests, and would help with public wildlife needs. And that could be done at any time, Jeff. It doesn't have to even be associated with the secretarial order timeline, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So is it in our laps to go approach FWP, or is there a mechanism where FWP is coming to the landowners through the CD or wherever? I know Druska already mentioned part of it is, our organization structure, but we do have a CD and there's plenty of people who go there. I guess my fear is if you're waiting for us, it's the wrong people to be waiting for. We got other things to do.
Yeah, and Jeff, that is variable from place to place. So that it's happened anyway, a number of different ways. But in the Paradise Valley specifically, I do think because of the history there and the plethora of interest groups that want to be involved in this because it's so close to Yellowstone, I do think that landowners need to play a lead role there. And it's probably not going to work as well for the department staff to try and reach out and play the lead role. I think it needs to be community driven, and we can support it with information or trying to get the funding together. But I don't know that it's going to be, any project idea is going to be as well received coming from the FWP agency. If there's a way for us to help you get organized, you or Druska or any of you can reach out to me and let me know, or any of us. But I do think where you live, we need to make sure that you guys are in the lead, that landowners are there from the beginning in terms of whatever project gets put forward.
Yeah, if you could just maybe follow up with, or we'll be in touch with you or reach out via email, and then we can get a local meeting going here. We got plenty of people who are interested in that in Paradise Valley.
And Cole has offered in the past, and Gary too, to help in Paradise Valley. So
there's my bird dog. We'll take all the money too, by the way, because Paradise Valley is the best.
Well, what I heard, so first of all, just thank you all again. And I'm happy as folks have interest in following up if you have questions for individual landowner panelists. if you'd like to reach them, several of the panelists texted me and let me know that they'd be happy to, have their phone number shared. If you want to reach out for further conversation, and I can help make that connection. But I also I really appreciate everyone's time. I really felt, Ed, Beal, you said, that you guys you could help this bring this to a head one way or another, whether it's within PLPW or another place. But that's what I understand to be kind of in PLPW's court as you consider this meeting today. And in terms of how to make the kind of the connection in Paradise Valley where you're just going, Jeff and Justin, I think we're happy to help, in whatever way, Gary and I. And I'm not sure I even fully understood your question, Jeff, so we might have to follow up.
It's simple, like who's in charge, right? I mean, okay, if it's you, Cole, take the lead. If you're asking us, then let's go do it. This whole secretarial order thing, it's like vintage classic government. So sorry for the frustrating comments, but we will have an internal meeting, Druska and the steering committee. It sounds important. Our first meetings, it didn't seem as important, but we know Paradise Valley is a crux location and we are organized. And we're friendly too, for the most part. So we'll follow up and then we'll figure out how to organize better as a group.
Hey, Jeff, just don't fly the drone over my house.
No, I won't. I shoot them.
I do too. Just with this though. It's funny when you do this, how quick they fly away.
Usually tourists flying them around here.
Yeah.
Gary or Paul or Cole?
I'll make a few comments, and at the end, I just thank everybody for their time, the council for this venue, the landowners, the panelists for being here and expressing your point of view. I'm going to go back to what Ed Beal talked about. I think that's the traction point. You've got a report due. There's some things that you've heard. We could be helpful if you'd like to help us with that report. We'd be more than glad to do that. And I think it goes back to Cole's mechanism. How does it continue forward? That's a goal we all, I think, share. There's a lot of conversations. We want more pace. We want more action. And so if there's a way we can be helpful in terms of that report, we'd be glad to do that. I think the local context is different. Individually, there's going to be local context. I think it's the idea that while let's move it across public and private ground, working land is important, and these local partnerships are important. And telling that story, so there's a communication and capacity issue that you've identified already that you might put in your report, but that's up to you what you want to report on. I think the question is what's the mechanism to continue this on? And I think we're strongly interested in trying to help with that. So appreciate it. Cole, anything else, Paul?
Nothing to add from me. I agree.
Any other last thoughts from the council members?
I would just like to say thanks to Cole, thanks to Sean, all the panelists for taking their time today. To me, it was a great day, and I came away with way more information than I had before, a lot more knowledge. Justin, you as well. I've certainly learned a lot from all of you participants today. Thank you.
I don't know, Justin, maybe in our review next week on our other part of our reports, we could just take this video and make it required listening for a few key people. We can just get it down to the nut. I think that, again, I said it before, but I think that's one thing we've got that is captured, and so we can bring it forward. And verbally, I know a few folks I need to talk to, see where that goes, from some other things I'm working on. So thank you to each of you that came and presented before us. It's always incredibly informative. And I think we all know you each individually have unique problems in your own area, but collectively, it seems to me that this issue like brucellosis, my God, has to be resolved in a way that's meaningful to you, and the impact of cattle, the impact of wildlife on crops that you're counting on. There have to be resolutions for those, but the big picture is getting everybody to be part of that as much as possible, so you can be successful in the long run. And I'm excited because I think it's a good beginning. Thank you.
Thanks again to everybody for your time and for listening to us. It's appreciated.
Yeah, thank you all. Thanks to the landowners. Like I said before, wouldn't be having this discussion if it wasn't for you all and your support of wildlife and habitat and wild places. So thank you for that. And Jeff and Druska, thank you for sticking with us for the full meeting, as well as all the council members. PLPW will basically reconvene again on Monday, the 7th at 8:30, similar format. We'll have a lot to talk about from this meeting, but then also looking at next year's public access land agreement stuff. So we'll roll with that, be the same format. Hopefully I can get Dan and Carl figured out with the Zoom stuff, but otherwise we had everybody was participating from PLPW today, so that's a good thing as well. So thank you all for your time. If you have questions or other comments, please don't hesitate to reach out to me or Cole, and we'll get you in touch with the right folks. So
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
See ya.